Good morning. Everybody, please take your seats. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Egunon, buenos dias, good morning. Welcome, and thank you for being here bright and early on this bright morning in Bilbao. I swear to God, it's famous for the rain. We can see the beautiful green, but the sun always comes out at some point for South Summit Industry and Energy here in Bilbao, and it has come out for us this morning. I want everybody to look at the sunshine. It is here, it does exist, and it's bright, and it's energizing us, full of ideas and inspiration to make the most out of the next 2 days. We have a full-on program kicking off right now with content, with conversations, with keynotes, with firesides, and building sessions. Do not miss our building sessions at 12:30, because that's where we can really dive into the detail of specific solutions and opportunities around these three critical industry sectors of energy transition, Industry 4.0, and mobility that this city and this region has powered at an international level and has so many opportunities to collaborate and create partnerships here to do business over the next 48 hours, so please don't miss every opportunity that you have. I am Liz Fleming, Chief Ecosystem Officer at South Summit. I will be your host for the next 2 days and leading some of the conversations and building sessions, so delighted to be here with you. Thank you for joining us, and without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage our founder and president of South Summit, María Benjumea, por favor.
Thank you, Liz, and first, egunon, and welcome everybody here to BAT, the tower, the Vizcaya Accelerator Tower. I want first to thank Joseba, to thank all the people from here, from the BAT, and welcome you to this incredible city, to Bilbao. I think that year by year I come here, I find a greatest and loveliest city, and above all, to come here, to Vizcaya Accelerator Tower. You know what means that Deputación of Vizcaya has created this tower just to connect the people from the always innovation and collaboration together, and how here we give most impulse to the connection between corporates that needs the innovation of the startups coming from around the world with the way of doing just to answer the speed of the power. That's what we call the open innovation, and with the investors. And this is what here in BAT we do. So it's great to be here. It's great to welcome you from around everywhere in the world, to have you, the startups that are going to pitch here and to connect with all these corporations. And the only thing we want really is that from here, from Bilbao, from BAT, you make the most and the greatest business. This is what we want, to know what Vizcaya can offer you, can connect from everywhere, and as I say, make the best of the business. So I'm going to leave Joseba, because we want to listen to you, and afterwards we will have a quick conversation of themes that I'm very sure that will be very interesting for all of us. Thank you very much, and welcome here, and have the best time.
Egunon, eta ongitorri South Summit Kongresuaren bigarren edizionetara, hurbildu zareten guztioi, lehenik eta behin eskerrak eman nahi dizkio South Summit, ekitaldi hau antolatzagatik, Bizkaiko Foru Aldundiarentzat eta niretzat plazera da horrelako ekitaldietan parte hartzea. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Bilbao, to Vizcaya, and to the Basque Country. As I was saying in Basque, I would like to thank South Summit, Maria, and all your team for your effort, your dedication, and for organizing this 4th edition of the South Summit here in BAT, in Vizcaya, in our Entrepreneurship and Open Innovation International Center. And also, I would like to thank all of you for coming to Bilbao, speakers, investors, corporates, startups, for coming to Bilbao from different countries around the world to take part in this initiative for the Vizcaya government, and for me, it is a pleasure to have you here. We opened this center 3 years ago with two main objectives. One, to be the meeting point of our entrepreneurial ecosystem, a place where startups, investors, corporates, universities, technology centers work together to share ideas, concerns, and opportunities, and in order to create new startups, new businesses, and new products and services. And the second objective, to build bridges with other international entrepreneurial countries worldwide. And this summit is a great example of how an initiative can contribute to those two objectives, attracting startups and corporates from other regions with new knowledge, technologies, and solutions, and at the same time increasing the size and the quality of this meeting point. This year, this summit brings together more than 400 people from 300 organizations across 30 countries, 70% of which come from outside the Basque Country, with the aim of fostering open innovation, generating collaborations, opportunities, and attracting talent and projects that will transform industry and energy. 4 decades ago, our economy was based on heavy industry, and now our economy is based on industry, of course, but also on research and development, innovation, digitalization, sustainability. The energy sector is strategic in the Basque Country, but especially in Vizcaya, giving employment to more than 25,000 people and with a turnover of 35,000 million euros. We host the headquarters of Iberdrola, one of the world's leading energy corporations, driving the energy transition through smart grids and renewable energies. We also have Petronor and Repsol, focused on the decarbonization of our economy based on hydrogen and renewable fuels. And alongside them, hidden champions such as Arteche, Nortegas, Ingetea, Mormazabal, Sener, Solarpack, Ariadna, which are worldwide leaders in their sector niche. The energy transition is indeed a response to climate change, but it is much more than that. It represents a great opportunity to lead the technological and economic revolution. In Vizcaya, we have embraced this challenge with determination. To achieve this, we have the right ingredients: top-tier technology and research centers, prestigious universities and vocational training centers, large and small medium-sized companies, a dynamic startup ecosystem, and public administration fully committed to industry and entrepreneurship. And just to finish off, let me say that South Summit is more than just an event. It's a platform for connecting ideas with investment, technology with the market, and people with the future. I hope you enjoy this event, to be productive for your business, to enjoy our gastronomy, to visit our city, and to take away with you the essence of our land and of our people. Thank you very much, and please feel at home.
Great listening to you, Joseba. This is our 4th edition of South Summit Industry and Energy Transition here in BAT. And I want to just to tell them, now afterwards we are going to speak in Spanish, but I want to tell everyone that when we started here, it was in 2021, and this was not finished. It was pandemia, but everyone was absolutely with the convinced that this tower, it was going to be very important for open innovation and for connecting the different players of the ecosystem. We started and here in this tower in 22, and really this way on has been really extraordinary for South Summit. We were born in 2012 with the conviction that innovation and collaboration were key, and this is what we live here. So I would love to ask you, ¿cómo ves? Ya nos has contado algo en la entrada, pero ¿cómo estás viendo la situación aquí en Vizcaya y cómo ves las oportunidades que podemos brindar a cualquiera de nuestros distintos actores y que se desarrollen en nuestra torre?
Bueno, a ver, nosotros yo primero, por contextualizar un poco, sabéis que Vizcaya, pues bueno, somos 1,2 millones de habitantes, en el País Vasco 2,2. A veces nos tratamos de comparar con otros ecosistemas muy grandes, pues puede ser Madrid, Cataluña, París, pero en realidad tenemos un ecosistema pequeño. Por lo tanto, en números brutos es difícil competir, pero sí que en números relativos, en otro tipo de, vamos a decir, de métricas, la verdad es que nosotros tratamos de compararnos mucho con la media de la Unión Europea, porque es lo que te da un poco, y con números relativos, es decir, por ejemplo, si miramos el Producto Interior Bruto, es decir, el GDP de Euskadi, bueno, pues no es muy grande. Ahora, si miramos el GDP por el Producto Interior Bruto por persona, pues estamos a la cabeza de España, ¿no? Entonces yo creo que tenemos que buscar esos pequeños aspectos en los cuales, pues como territorio, bueno, pues nos podemos comparar con otros. Al ser un territorio pequeño estamos, bueno, nos conocemos todos muy bien, estamos muy integrados, somos muy ágiles y tratamos de estar muy cerca de nuestras startups, de nuestras corporates, de nuestras compañías. Yo creo, y volviendo a tu pregunta, yo creo que podemos ser una región interesante para esas empresas y esas startups que queréis producir algo. Somos casi el 25% de nuestro Producto Interior Bruto viene de la industria, con lo cual ahí sí que podemos construir una cadena de valor muy fácil y desarrollar esa cadena de valor para producir. Si estáis buscando innovación, tenemos una red de centros tecnológicos y de centros de investigación que es un referente a nivel europeo, y ahí el propio Regional Innovation Scoreboard nos sitúa 8 puntos por encima de la media europea. Tenemos gente con talento, el propio GEM, el General Entrepreneurship Monitor, para una startup que quiere lanzar, nos sitúa también como uno de los mejores contextos a nivel europeo para emprender. Bueno, somos importantes o potentes, se decía, en el sector de la energía, en industria avanzada. Estamos dando pasos en otros sectores, en biotecnología, en food tech. Bueno, estamos tratando de empujar el ecosistema.
Sí, la verdad es que nosotros lo vemos en South Summit, lo vemos con la llegada vuestra cada año mucho más especializada, mucho más representativa a nivel global. A mí me encanta de las startups que vienen este año, that you are here, the startups that you are going to pitch here, and to be the opportunities. You come from very different countries, de Chile, de Alemania, de Corea, de Italia, de Francia, de Estados Unidos, de Perú, de México, de Lituania y de otros muchos países, ¿no? Y eso creo que es muy importante, es esa interconexión no únicamente a nivel de los diferentes actores, porque insisto, que estéis aquí las corporaciones es la clave, porque el tamaño que tenéis, las oportunidades de poder hacer crecer vuestras compañías son increíbles, pero hoy día, y cada vez se demuestra más, va todo tan rápido que sin la innovación que procede de las startups, y ojo, y eso es lo importante y por lo que hemos mencionado así a grandes rasgos la procedencia de las startups que os reunís hoy aquí es determinante. Necesitamos identificar esta innovación y conectar a todos estos actores. Y es la razón por la que nació esta torre, el BAT, y es la razón por la que hace tanto tiempo que empezamos a hablar antes de la pandemia. ¿Cuál es el objetivo y cuál ha sido el foco y qué es lo que hemos buscado siempre desde South Summit? Que la gente que venís a South Summit realmente se vaya con resultados tangibles, y esos resultados es generación de negocio. Y esa es la razón por la que empezamos a trabajar juntos y por la que yo año a año no puedo estar más contenta. Y si hablamos de lo que ha sido la evolución en estos 4 años, 3 años realmente de Bizkai Accelerator Tower, pero esta es nuestra 4ª edición aquí en Bilbao, perdón, me ha salido fatal lo de Bilbao, pero ¿cómo ves el futuro? Es decir, ¿a dónde vamos? ¿En dónde estáis empujando? ¿Qué podemos seguir haciendo juntos? ¿Qué podemos ofreceros a todos vosotros para que realmente esos negocios sean cada vez más potentes y además tengáis aquí en Vizcaya un punto de aceleración muy importante?
Bueno, a ver, nosotros cuando decidimos hace ya 6 años tratar de poner en marcha esta torre. Principalmente lo hicimos porque nosotros veíamos que como ecosistema innovador y de emprendimiento, vamos a decir, como Vizcaya, Euskadi, pues estábamos bien, pero realmente poco conocidos. Internacionalmente no éramos muy conocidos. Entonces, bueno, pues decimos que de alguna manera, si queríamos seguir avanzando, pues teníamos que internacionalizar un poco nuestro ecosistema, y fue cuando decidimos apostar, pues empezamos a visitar los distintos lugares de emprendimiento e innovación a nivel internacional. Cada uno tenía sus palancas, nosotros también, pues tenemos las nuestras, pero sobre todo lo que vimos es que todos tenían un centro de este tipo en el centro de, pues en el centro de la ciudad, ¿no? Entonces decidimos apostar por este centro con la idea principalmente de que sea un punto de encuentro pues para todo el ecosistema innovador y de emprendimiento, y sobre todo para crear puentes con otros ecosistemas internacionales, para que nuestras startups puedan ir allí, nuestras corporaciones, pero también para que vengan de allí y adquirir ese nuevo conocimiento, nueva tecnología, nuevas soluciones. Y bueno, pues ese es un poco el objetivo que estamos persiguiendo. La verdad es que en 3 años que lleva esto abierto, que nacisteis un poco a la vez, en cuanto al evento de Bilbao, pues la verdad es que estamos contentos. Hemos abierto ya 2 fases, 8.000 metros cuadrados, lo tenemos a tope, y bueno, pues en breves probablemente anunciemos la siguiente ampliación. Pero tenemos que seguir trabajando desde un punto de vista de seguir creando esas conexiones y no olvidarnos de que tenemos que seguir trabajando con nuestra comunidad, con nuestro ecosistema, para seguir manteniendo esos ratios de competitividad que yo creo que a día de hoy son buenos. Pero el resto también sigue avanzando, con lo cual tenemos que seguir trabajando.
Sí, no puedo estar más de acuerdo. Es que tenemos que seguir avanzando siempre. Siempre decimos que tenemos que responder al ritmo trepidante del mercado. Y a mí me encantaría compartirlo esto con vosotros, y como vamos a tener 2 días completos de actividad, y de actividad enfocada a resultados, a mí lo que quiero compartir es cómo veis vosotros el momento actual y hacia dónde nos dirigimos. Porque yo no soy vosotros, pero yo sí que veo cambios. Veo cambios porque cuando empezamos con South Summit, y desde luego cuando empieza esta torre, hay una convicción por parte de todo el ecosistema de que lo que sigue siendo vigente, que es innovación y colaboración, son claves, pero que aquí podía haber resultados más o menos rápidos y oye, los resultados cuestan desde el punto de vista corporativo a lo mejor para hacer. Pero ahí es donde nosotros necesitamos ahora ver, oye, ¿dónde están las necesidades actuales? ¿Cómo conectamos, que son las empresas que vienen aquí a South Summit Industry and Energy Transformation, que son empresas ya grandes, que son las que pueden hacer ese acuerdo? ¿Qué esperamos entonces? ¿Qué esperamos, Joseba, de estos 2 días? ¿Qué esperáis y qué esperamos todos? Que me encantará que nos lo digáis, porque ahí es donde va a estar siempre nuestro foco, en responder a vuestras necesidades.
Bueno, yo creo que lo decías tú, yo creo que la colaboración es imprescindible. Nosotros llevamos mucho tiempo trabajando esa colaboración público-privada aquí internamente, pero yo creo que este evento lo que espero es que realmente genere conexiones entre startups, corporates, inversores, entre empresas locales y empresas de fuera, entre distintas regiones. Y luego quizás también un poco que os quedéis, pues quizás las capacidades que tenemos desde el punto de vista ecosistema como Vizcaya, y también que os quedéis un poco con un poco nuestra cultura, nuestra identidad, y pues que os sepáis un poco pues quiénes somos, ¿no? Eso es un poco lo que esperemos, y la carta a los Reyes Magos que yo pondría.
Sí. Estoy de acuerdo, and that's what we are going to do. We are going to work all together. All of you are the ecosystem, you are the ones for which we work for, and we are going to do our best all together during these 3 days. And I would love you, above making business, above connecting between all of you, also live this extraordinary city. For the ones you are from abroad and it's your first time here in Bilbao, I assure you that here you're going to have the best days, the best food, and see the city because it's extraordinary. So, Joseba, thank you very much. We have to be on time. For South Summit, punctuality is the best is very important because that's the way that we always make business, with professionality. Thank you very much.
Yes, Gert.
Amazing. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Joseba. We are open for business. We are here to do business. We are here with a world full of opportunities over the next 2 days. And how we create those opportunities? By building these connections. We are super professional, but we're also super friendly. So we are very much people first, and it's about creating the context for you guys to make these connections so you can build out these opportunities over time. So without further ado, we're going to kick off our official programming. We have a very special opening keynote speaker who is a veteran to South Summit, who has traveled the world with us and seen our ecosystems in operation from all the corners of the globe. We are here to transform the industries that we're looking at. Industry, energy, mobility, these are massive and potentially can create enormous impact in how we work, how we play, how our cities functions, and how we do business, essentially. And this next speaker is a serial entrepreneur, even though he's very young. Don't let that fool you. He's extremely experienced and actually really looking at bringing these disruptive technologies and demonstrating the impact that they can have. Of course, not just through an amazing business opportunity, but also the impact on the lives and the populations that they're touching on. So without further ado, please give a big warm South Summit welcome to our opening keynote speaker, Matteo Salvato. Matteo.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you. Really glad to be here with you today. Thank you, Maria, for organizing this. Thank you, and congratulations to all of you for this amazing event. I'm very, very happy to be here in Bilbao again. Last time it was on vacation because it's a beautiful city. But today is to share with you a quick brief. I have 20 minutes, so I will keep Maria's word on being punctual. I struggle with this because I'm Argentinian. So if you... You laugh too much. If you know any Argentinians, you know who struggle with keeping our mouths shut, but I'll do my best and to keep on time. So we have quick 20 minutes, a very, very quick snapshot on a really, I would guess, interesting entrepreneurial journey amongst many different industries, where we'll be talking about technology, we'll be talking about software, social impact, and technology for the industry in innovation and all this new industrial revolution that we are all living together. And I will try to share a story, a quick snapshot of a story, and maybe if this keynote goes well, which I truly hope so I get invited next time and I can come to Bilbao again. See, if it goes well, the main point that I would love for you to leave this keynote with on your minds is sparking a few ideas, lighting some light bulbs, you know, or trying to think of new ways of innovating. Mostly I'm talking to you startups here that are going to pitch and are going to have your big day here. You are the main characters today. But I think it's really interesting to think and to rethink how we approach entrepreneurship, not only related to technology, but related to industry, to more, I would say, classical industry. So I'll quickly go through a quick entrepreneurship, quick or short in terms of my lifetime, but it's quite long for me. It's 9 years since I've started my entrepreneurial journey, and I will quickly fly through or go back in time to the actual beginning. You know, when I was a little kid, well, when I was actually a little kid, like not right now, when I was actually little, not only in height, I mean, when I was 4 or 5, I started telling my parents all the time this phrase that is probably the most cliche phrase in the history of the world, that I probably took from a book, a series, or a movie, something like that. But I started to say, I want to change the world. And when my parents asked me, when I was 4, Matteo, what does changing the world mean, right? What's that? I always talk about the space conquest, you know, all the, raise your hand if you wanted to be an astronaut when you were a little kid. Yeah? Yeah, there are a few of us, okay, nerdy audience, I like that. Wait. Raise your hands if you still want to be an astronaut. Okay, that's it. We never lose faith, right? I'm still trying to. I wanted to be an astronaut, then I realized, probably like you, that it's quite hard to be an astronaut. So I dropped that. And I wanted to be an aerospace engineer. My dream was to work with electronics for rockets, for rocket launching, for satellites. That was my dream when I was a little kid. And I studied electronics, I studied robotics, I studied all I could in my high school and the beginning of my university to try and learn as much as I could to actually become an aerospace engineer. But entrepreneurship organically, by coincidence, struck me when I had my life planned. I was going to be an aerospace engineer. I was going to go to the United States and sit in the front of NASA and cry until someone hired me to serve coffee or anything, but just to work at NASA. That was my whole dream. I had everything planned. But then an idea struck me. In Argentina, I was finishing my high school 2016. I was 17 years old, so like 20 minutes ago, but I was 17. And in Argentina, the summer is December, January, and February, right? So our summer break before starting university. I finished high school, barely, but I finished it with mathematics and everything. I became a technician in electronics. That was my degree in high school. And then I was starting university in February, right? So I thought, why not try to use the technology I learned on high school to try to do something useful for a community using technology, not as an entrepreneurship, not as a startup, not as a big project, a garage project to raise millions of dollars, just to check if I could help someone who needed it. And who was that someone? My mom's students. My mom has been, for the past 40 years, a teacher for kids with disabilities, for deaf kids. And during that summer, I thought, why not try to code something that would help my mom's students? And I developed my first project, Háblalo, which is a mobile app for people with communication disabilities that just started as a homemade, do-it-yourself project to help these communities have at least a better integration with society. A free app, no cost, no ads, no money related, no business model at all. I had no idea what I was doing. I was just coding an app. I didn't think of the brand too much, as you can see. It was a communication app, Háblalo. That was the entire marketing process. But things have changed. We will do a quick fast forward of 9 years up to this date, where Háblalo is now helping more than 500,000 people with communication disabilities, so 500,000 people. It became my life on the past 9 years. It's absolutely free, still free forever, no ads, no selling your data, no nothing, it's no freemium, it's free. We help 500,000 people with communication disabilities, so deafness, cerebral palsy, ALS, aphasia, and many other disabilities in 75 countries of the 5 continents, in 25 languages. So it's grew quite big in terms of the impact of the app. Why? Because, of course, this is not only me, because in 2018, I decided to start my entrepreneurship journey, co-founding my first startup that's called Asteroid. That, of course, has nothing to do with space, but I told you, so yeah, I'm intense. So yeah, Asteroid. If I'm not going to be an astronaut, at least I'm going to have an asteroid. So there it is. We are 35 people. If you're wondering, looking at the picture, yes, there's some people added with AI, because this is the last year end of the year party in Argentina. So yeah, there's a few of them that couldn't come. But we are 35 people in Asteroid, and we work for tech for social good. We develop software that we give away to the users. So we're a mixture between an NGO and a for-profit, you know? So we give away the product for the final user, for the person with disabilities. And then we work with companies closely to ensure that they can provide services to their customers or users or citizens in the public sector with disabilities in a really assertive and efficient way, right? So that's how we finance the product, and we give it away to the user, right? Again, but you may be thinking, what does it have to do with industry and energy, Mateo? What's the relation here? You're talking about software for accessibility. It has nothing to do with the topic. Well, you're correct. It has nothing to do with the topic, but this, first, it's interesting to see it as just one idea or one way of seeing social impact as a business. I think that's interesting. We are a profitable company. We bootstrapped the company. So the first 7.5 years of the company, we didn't have any investors. Our first investor came last year. It's a Latin American unicorn called Globant, which is really, really big. So they invested in us last year to start coming to Europe and starting deploying our operations in Spain mostly, but the entirety of Europe. So now it's 35 people, going really well. We have many clients internationally, 70 plus multinational clients, etc. But just, I think it's interesting to just showcase this or highlight this quickly for maybe all the entrepreneurs in the house, so you can spark some ideas on how to create social impact business models that actually work. But again, this is not the main topic of this conversation. I'm telling you this because this sparked the idea of bootstrapping and creating more startups. So if you saw the intro, and you saw that I'm co-founder of this, and that means I don't sleep too much. That's why I'm tired all the time. People always tell me, oh, you look so tired. No, that's how I look. So, from the success of Asteroid being bootstrapped from Argentina, which is quite different to the European Union in many terms, but with more struggles to get funding, more struggles to grow the business, etc. But with that success, I started to think, okay, why not go back to the roots and try to build startups or build projects more industry related, not yet on aerospace, I will get to that eventually, but why not build something industry related, which is actually what I always loved, technology that you can touch, not only that lives on your phones, in your pockets. So I always thought, what could we do on this topic? And that's how, in 2021, I co-founded a company called Gromplec, easy name. Gromplec, which is based in Argentina, is the first company in the country and on most of the region to deploy 3D concrete printing. I don't know if you saw this somewhere, probably you've heard of this. For some of you saying no, just quick context, you will see a video in a minute, but it's, you know 3D printers, the plastic ones, you probably saw that, the small 3D printers that just melt plastic and just put it layer over layer, right, to create a piece, right? Well, you picture the same, but with concrete. So it's quite different, but the same at the same time. So it's like the same principle, but as you can see, that's one construction site. So this is a huge 3D printer that just mixes concrete on a mini batch plant, pumps it through a hose, and adds it layer over layer to create a wall, a civil engineering project piece, or a house in a matter of hours, right? And we created this company to bring affordable housing of good quality to Latin America, which is a really, really big struggle for us. This is a really big problem because of funding, because of the access to, do you say in English, financing for the house, the buying of the houses, and of course, the quality of public housing projects, which is also a struggle. So we created Gromplec with that idea. We are 14 people. We started in 2021, but for you to see that building startups in industry related takes time. We started actual operations printing this year. So it took 3 years to actually start operating, but we started with the project in 2021. We are the official distributors of Cobot. I don't know if you heard of them, but it's a Danish company that produces the best 3D concrete printers in Europe and probably worldwide. They're really, really good. And we are present in Argentina, Uruguay, and Paraguay, so the region for now. We are expanding, but for now it's the South Cone mostly. There you can see the first testing of the first machine. So that's a really nice picture we took in Copenhagen. And we already started working. But also, this is really interesting. I know here in this audience, you have lots of entrepreneurs, startups, but as Maria was saying, you have many corporates. And I think it's really interesting, the next slide I'll show you, because it's how a corporate can actually launch, impulse a startup, make it start, work, and actually make it pivot. So the interesting mixture of already set and a traditional and working and successful corporate, looking for innovation for a startup and helping that startup launch and pivot to what that corporate needs, right? And what's that? As I was telling you, we co-founded this company to do housing, affordable housing, right? And we are doing that. We are already expecting our next machine for the beginning of Q1 2026. So to devote to housing, social housing projects. So that's going to happen. I'll show you in a second. But our first major step to actually make this work, so the first actor that wanted to bet on 3D concrete printing in Argentina is a very big engineering company. I don't know if you've heard of it. That's called Techint. In Italy, they would say Techint, but it's Techint in Argentina, which is really, really big. It's an Italian-Argentinian company. It's huge in Latin America. Everyone knows in Latin America, when I show the logo, everyone goes, oh yeah, of course. So everyone knows what it is. They're one of the biggest civil engineering or engineering in general companies on the region and worldwide too. They're really, really big. As you can see, that 60,000 people, more than 1,000 projects simultaneous worldwide. Really, really big. But them, that's a picture that's actually not me. My business partner looks like me, but that's not me. I don't grow a beard. I'm trying, but I still. But we took that picture in Copenhagen with the people of Tichin when they came to see the machine. But what I was trying to show you here is that, again, we did this and actually I have a video that can go in loop here, as you can see more context while I'm talking. So we wanted to do housing with Tichin, but Tichin said, hey, I need 3D concrete printing for civil engineering projects, because that's what I do. And we said, okay, we have no idea how to do this, but why not? We are a startup. We can pivot, we can accommodate, we can help you navigate this. And they said, I would love to have a startup help me with this, because it's a huge innovation process, and we have no one that actually knows a lot on operating these machines, so it would be really interesting that you work with us. So that's how we partner up. Tichin bought the first machine of the region, so the first machine, 3D concrete printer in the region, is there in Buenos Aires, so that's actually where we work every day, and we built a cell, an operation and maintenance cell from our company that is already working. This is already printing. It has printed a lot of pieces already. We started in May, and many of these pieces are already set on big civil engineering projects, like, how would you say gasoducto in English? Like, you know, gasoducto, gas pipes, you know what I mean? Petrol, oil tanks, on many different things in Argentina are already being 3D printed with concrete. But I think it's really interesting also, that's a good actor there, it's really interesting also to show or to tell you the statistics on this. We have already printed a lot. We are printing many different pieces, walls, as I say, tanks, many different things. The machine itself can print around 2 cubic meters of concrete per hour, so it's really fast. In terms of civil engineering, I don't know if any statistics will help, but as you picture a house, you know, maybe a 120 square meter house, so quite big house. The entire, we would say in Spanish, I don't know if it's correct in English, but you will get what I mean, the gray building, you know, all that's walls, actually, and a little bit more than that, like installations and stuff. That takes the printing program for a 120 square meter house, takes 48 hours. So you can have a 120 square meter house in just 28 hours, right? 48 hours, sorry. So it's really fast, as I put it again, so you just can see it again. So it's really fast, actually. And many of you can be thinking, okay, wait, Mateo, but what is this? It's a really easy to destroy house. It's like a pre-made house. 48 hours, it's impossible to make a very good house in 48 hours. It's actually a double wall monolithic piece of concrete. It's anti-seismic. So actually the problem is dismantling it. It's impossible, like breaking it. It's really difficult. If you print it in a place, you're not moving it. It's staying there. So it's really interesting, and it's actually very interesting energy-wise, because it's energy efficient. You know, it's a very good. Again, sorry for the English speakers. Aislante. Thank you, isolator, that's it, that's the word. A very good isolator for weather and sound. So in terms of temperature, you can actually get really good temperatures inside without having a heating system, you know? So it's really interesting for energy consumption too. So this, again, probably many of you have heard of this, because in Europe it's a little bit more common. It's already happening, right? But in Latin America, this has been a huge deal, because it's the first time this happens. And again, we are expecting the second machine to start building affordable houses. That is our main goal with the company. Again, but as you can see, don't worry, I won't repeat everything again. I'm just going back to the first point. Remember that I told you my dream, when I wanted to change the world, my dream was being an aerospace engineering, conquering space, and all these things, that when you are starting your journey with technology or entrepreneurship, you think that the only way of generating big impact is building these biblical projects, huge things that everyone will see, and you know, the next Google, the next Facebook, SpaceX, all this stuff, right? And if I have learned one thing that I could share with you, and I would really love for you to keep during the entirety of the South Summit Bilbao, is that maybe technology, or maybe doing great stuff with technology, is all about the people, right? I've learned this. The first time I saw someone with ALS, with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ELA in Espanol, doing homework with their child, using Háblalo and being able to communicate again, that's when I understood the actual meaning of technology, or maybe changing the world for some people, right? And I'm really, really eager to see how that eventually leads onto someone maybe having their first home, right? In a region that struggles with housing, no? And that's where this keynote starts to come to an end and makes sense regarding what I started saying in the beginning, in minute 0, which is, if this goes or went well, it can spark a few ideas on your minds. And the biggest idea that I would like to spark for you, if it's not sparked yet, is that everyone here can do an amazing impact worldwide. And I'm not just saying this because it looks cool on the screen and it's a motivational phrase, but because it's true. I didn't tell you what I do, what I'm doing with my Bow startups, to tell you what Mateo does. I told you what everyone can do. We did these 2 startups. We transformed the lives of many people with disabilities. We are looking to transform the lives of many families in Latin America with housing. We did it without investors, because Gromplek doesn't have any investors up to this date. It's bootstrapped. And from Latin America, without funding, without financing, without many other resources. So if this conversation went well, I hope it sparked a few ideas. Again, corporate startup joining for innovation, that is really interesting, and I guess the main point of the event. Social impact through technology, business models for social impact, or social impactful business models. But the main thing that I would like you to keep today is that if we could, that's because you can. And you can probably do it better from Bilbao, from the resources you have here, counting on organizations like this, not only the BAT, but South Summit and the entire public sector working for the development of the entrepreneurial ecosystem here. You have a lot of resources, you have a lot of allies, friends. This event is amazing for networking, building relationships with corporates, between startups, with all the ecosystem. So make the most out of South Summit, because who knows, maybe today is the start of your journey changing the world from Bilbao. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Amazing, Mateo. Amazing. Thank you so much for being with us. I absolutely love that perspective, no, that really anyone and everyone and every single one of us can be that instigator, no, of starting something small that then perhaps becomes something big. And I love taking that message. And I love also the alternative entrepreneurial path, right? I mean, this is not Silicon Valley. South Summit wasn't born in Silicon Valley. We've been everywhere but probably Silicon Valley. And there are so many different models of entrepreneurship, of successful entrepreneurship with massive impact in all the different parts of the world. So it's really about you, I guess, finding those partners and getting going. So exactly that. Here is potentially the place to do it, both here at South Summit Industry and Energy Bilbao, and of course here in the Biscaya region, and right here in the BAT in the back tower. So talking about sparking change and innovation and disruption, we are going to our next conversation. Another thing that I'd like to take away from that keynote is about how small changes can make enormous impact in these huge dominating industries. These industries that we're looking at here over the next 2 days, they're really, really clunky, chunky, traditional sectors with massive opportunities and huge urgency and necessity to change. And that can be pretty freaking overwhelming, actually. You can it's easy to stick your head in the sand and think, oh my God, I can't combat this alone, so why would I even start? And I guess we're the antithesis of that, and this next conversation shows you exactly how, with small changes, and particularly through collaboration, you can go much further together, no? So please welcome to the stage and join me in welcoming for our next conversation, Converging Forces When Industry, Mobility and Energy Collide. Let's see what's going to happen. So facilitating this conversation is our wonderful and the indomitable Marisol Menendez, founder and CEO Apicolatu. Marisol, bienvenida. Fernando Casado, co-founder and general partner at Inclimo Ventures. Paz Guzman, Senior Economic Advisor at the European Investment Bank, and Joan Figueres Rivera, Senior Business Development Manager at Multiverse Computing. Bienvenidos. Welcome, guys. The floor is yours. Thank you, Marisol. Ay, Fernando Valiente, ¿vienes así? Genial. Welcome, guys.
Hello, everyone. How are you? This is such a way to kick off the day, no? We had this amazing beginning of South Summit. Already the 4th edition, already, Maria. Time flies. I remember, when we started in Lóndiga. And there's one thing I always like about South Summit is that it's the perfect place to do in multi-sector, multiplayer, multi-geography connection and to shake it and see what mixes can come. And you know, it's ideal for me. This is kind of my passion and it's magic that we're talking about converging forces when industry, mobility, and energy collide. And with such an amazing panel of people, let's begin. We are having a close conversation. We are like among friends, but you can see that we have true power here on stage. We have a perfect mix of roles, of sectors and experiences. So we will shake it during the conversation. Ready? My name is Marisol Menendez. I'm CEO and founder of Bilakatu, and we work exclusively in open innovation and ecosystem orchestration. So I really will be enjoying this interconnection among sectors. Can I ask, please, that we can begin by introducing yourselves and allowing everyone to know who you are. So please, Paz, let's begin with you. Can you share a little bit about who you are, what you do, and a context so we can get to know you a little bit?
Thank you, Marisol. Good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in South Summit. Congratulations. It's an incredible venue, and I'm looking forward to meeting all of you. So I'm Paz Guzman, Senior Economist in the European Investment Bank. That's the financial institution of the European Union. We provide almost 100 billion every year in financing for European objectives like green, and we're going to speak about it. And maybe I just can say that I'm an economist, I'm a mother of 4, and I love yoga, since sometimes we have to get out of the work environment. It's nice to introduce myself this way too.
It's also the interconnection of different challenges, no? And I'm sure that...
Completely.
Fernando, please.
Well, thank you. And again, I want to add my grateful to Maria and the organizers of South Summit. For us, as an investor, this is, I agree, it's an ecosystem that is essential to spur up the innovation in Spain and to the world. So thank you very much for inviting us one more year. My name is Fernando Casado. I'm the co-founder and general partner of a fund called Inclimo Climate Tech Fund. This is a fund born in Barcelona. It's a first-time fund. Our goal with 3 partners was to create a fund around 20 million and invest on Seed Series A. We ended up closing it this year on 33.6. And we invest on companies that contribute to the climate challenges. We are an Article 9 fund, so we're funding different verticals, among them energy, among them mobility, and among them industry for decarbonization. It's true that on silos, but in an interlinked way. So we'll be very happy to discuss that. We invest between 500K and 1 million per company. So far, we've invested on 14 companies, out of which around 80% are Spanish or based in Spain, the rest in Europe. And we're very excited to not only share this conversation, but look for startups that are here, that are looking for funding, because it's part of our nature. And now that we've closed the fund, our goal is to deploy, and I'm looking forward to share some of the funding with startups that are present here. Thank you.
Hey, startups, be ready to attack after we step down the stage. No? And this is part of the magic of South Summit, that we not only talk, but also create real business opportunities. No? And please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Marisol, and thank you to South Summit to having us here. I'm Joan Puigcerós. I'm a business development manager at Multiverse Computing. We are a startup based in San Sebastian, working in different, the forefront of new technologies such as quantum and AI. And I'm an electronics engineer and telecommunications engineer, and now in the business side. I think that the sound is a little bit. I don't know if you can hear me well. Yeah. So, well, I'm just starting my entrepreneur journey in being father, so this is something that is also quite challenging, and happy to be here and to have this discussion with Pat and Fernando.
As I told you at the beginning, we have different perspectives because we have entrepreneurship, investment, and the more government and regulation perspective. And of course, this open innovation vision. I told you that I'm passionate about open innovation and ecosystems. And I always come to the global sustainability goals. You know, we have 18 big challenges, and part of them are, of course, climate, energy usage, and how we can reach to everyone. And one of the goals is partnership for the goals. It's clear that we can only solve those wicked problems by collaborating. But not only collaborating, but also finding new ways where all these different sectors converge. Because one solution maybe help to foster and grow others. So my first question to each of you, with your own different perspectives, and let's open the conversation, is considering industry 4.0 or 5.0, I don't know in which number we are, energy and mobility. What's the conversion point? Where are the meeting points of all these different industries where maybe we can work and focus and create a challenge? And considering, of course, all your different backgrounds, startups, investment, and the global perspective. Who wants to begin? Do you want to kick off?
Sure, thank you. Well, I think I can bring the institutional perspective to this. As the European Climate Bank, we have energy transition at our heart. And I think it's important sometimes, you know, like Matteo, to go up in the sky and look from there down to see why we do things. We are not looking into this just from a moral perspective, you know, that we have to bring a better place for our kids, future kids, but also because we think it's a competitive and a security priority for Europe. And we want to be the actor that pushes that forward through financing and giving technical expertise. So in that sense, half of our financing goes to green projects. And in that area, we cover sustainable mobility, of course, and the decarbonization of industry, including Industry 4 or 5.0. So for us, it's important to see these things not as silos, but as converging and having synergy among themselves. Just like all different actors here have synergies among ourselves. We provide financing, but we also, for instance, we also finance funds. Maybe you can, we have a fund for infrastructure and climate that we just announced last week, 500 million. So please, all of the funds in this climate industry, please contact us. And we have examples of big investments where we think that these three industries come together. For instance, we finance here in Bilbao, the port of Bilbao with a loan of 80 million, which is doing an extension of the wave break, or I don't know how to call that in English, I guess break wave, and putting some renewable energy generation in the port. So this is sustainability in transport, you know, maritime transport. The whole corridor of the Atlantic is going to be more efficient, less energy consumption is going to happen. It's also digital, all the digitalization of logistics is very important. It's like a textbook of all these three industries coming together. It's also bringing the innovation hub here in Bilbao, which is really considerable in this country, forward. So I think it is important to have this perspective where we can bring all these three sectors together, of course.
And it's interesting that the role that the institutional perspective has in this, because it's the motor that grows, as we saw with Bat Tower and everything that we are living here, no? What do you think, Fernando?
Okay, first of all, I would clarify that our fund is closed, and what I'm going to say is not to attract the money of Pat, okay, but I couldn't agree more. And actually, Inclimo is a little atypical as a fund because we are a traditional VC fund, but we invest with a very strong geopolitical mindset from a Europeist perspective. I would say we are nationalist Europeists by heart. And I think that any climate tech fund that has the values of contributing to decarbonization today needs to be Europeist from the global agenda. No? I will answer first to the three sectors conversion and then the role that Europe is playing among them. These three sectors for us are the core of climate. tech, in the sense that probably among them, mobility, whether it's micro-mobility or macro-mobility, energy, which is transversal to all, and industry, we look at more from a perspective of circular economy and closing the loops. They would represent in between 60 and 70% of the investments going to climate tech. In Spain, agrotech is also very important, which would be like the missing reconversions. But we invest in all of them. And I think that if we look at the role that the US has had and is having now, specifically last week at the COP30, where it's the first time in 30 years that they didn't even send a US delegation, and the attitude of the Europeans and the Asians were like, they're not here and they're not expected to be here, and maybe we're better off without them in terms of moving the agenda forward. It's very interesting. Also, if we see how China is investing on these areas from a hardware perspective, I think they are leading a lot the hardware infrastructure production. If they are like the muscles of the infrastructure for this kind of logistics, I think Europe could be like the operating system, the mind, the SaaS software applications of how to do this better. And I think there's like a digital innovation added value in a very crucial point where the US is like stepping back and China is stepping in with a very hardware infrastructure core set. So I think that Europe now has a big opportunity, which I think could be taken advantage of on these three sectors, really to lead this kind of digital divide. AI is crucial to add value there. We're seeing that there's a lot of startups that are creating value there with public funds contributing not only to funds, but also with direct investments. And I think the public anti-dilution and non-dilutive funding is essential. And for us, it's a very exciting time to really step up and show what Europe can do and added value for the decarbonization agenda. And we have a lot of advantages, but I think we need to move fast on that.
It's so interesting that we are looking at different variables. Now here we are talking specifically about the role of geopolitical, but also you already launched the invitation to startups to come to you, but also invitation to other institutional organizations, entrepreneurs, corporations, because we have an active role on all these business opportunities. And we talked about technology. What's your perspective in these challenges?
Yeah, so to give you a little bit overview about my position, also my overview here, let me talk about what's multiverse computing. Multiverse computing is a startup that works in quantum and AI, and we work across different industries because technology, we know that can work in several industries, and we see that quantum and AI can help energy, mobility, and manufacturing to let's see, to challenge this, the inefficient of the processes, the inefficient of producing energy, or how we can be more efficient in the process or in the mobility, or how the energy also can be decarbonized. And it's not only about producing energy massively, because as you said, AI is very key here, but AI is also inefficient, as we can see with the massive AI models and the use of AI without any sense of efficiency. It struggles the use of the energy, and we see that now the big companies are creating their nuclear plants to fuel the data centers, and so here using the innovation, I would say that the crossword between the three sectors is innovation, and you can see that the innovation can bring from mobility to energy to manufacturing, and they can work together. And here what we saw is that financial institutions, for example, in the multiverse computing, the SED Spain also invested on us. AIB Bank is also working with multiverse computing, and the startups that can bring this technology and innovation at the forefront of the industry. And also Santander Climate Change also saw in the technology and the innovation the possibility to fund and to see that these companies needs to be at the forefront, and this is where multiverse computing is, and how I think that we can collide between the three industries and innovation and funding.
It's incredible that we are talking about AI and all these impressive technologies when we are talking about traditional industries, well, traditional sectors with industry, mobility, and energy. And here in Bilbao, in Biscay region, in Euskadi in general, I think we are a living proof that we have a strong and long tradition and expertise in these industries, but also the need and integration and active work in bringing new technologies. No? So we talked about the different dimensions, investors, startups, corporates, different players, but we talked about the geographical variable, and now we are maybe closing the boundaries between the old and the new, the physical and the digital, no? What are the opportunities that we have here? And maybe this is another meeting point, and Bilbao is also a physical meeting point for all of this, but what are the opportunities that come not only by crossing these sectors, but also by joining the physical and the digital? No, I think maybe we can focus the question, what's the role of technologies, new technologies, to help to close the boundaries across the different sectors and maybe accelerate and create efficiencies? Do we have business opportunities, investment opportunities, growth opportunities? What are your perspectives here? Can we maybe give specific hints to business people, corporates, startups, and investors on what's the next step? Sí, go ahead, pass. Go.
Continue.
Sorry.
No, happy to take it. I think there are great opportunities. Maybe just to go back to the EIB, right now our priorities are green, as I just mentioned, but it's also digital and innovation. There are three priorities. There's also security and defense. That's for another panel maybe, though there is a lot of innovation, and energy is part of security too, so I think everything is a bit linked. But we have a big program and a big objective of deploying 250 billion. I know these numbers are so big that don't make sense much more to you, but these are huge numbers of investment. We have, as Europeans, come together and given ourselves the financial instruments to make this happen, to ensure that Europe has the competitiveness and the edge in technology. We have the talent. Sometimes we are shy. We think that the talent is in China or it's in the US, but there is also, of course, talent in Europe. We want that talent to be able to grow and stay in Europe, and that's why we launch these technology programs, and also to link them to, as I mentioned, to security and the competitiveness of the region. So I think there is huge financial opportunity from the financing side. There is huge potential opportunities. We finance the whole cycle, you know, from maybe clean tech, if we go into something particular, where there is in clean tech, there's a lot of digital innovation too. We finance from the research and innovation moment to maybe the first factory of its kind, to deployment and scale-up of the company. And with different actors, maybe we do it through funds, brilliant funds that take our money, and but also through traditional lending when it's bigger corporates. So I do think that we are at a very particular point in history. We were this morning just mentioning this in our conversations with Maria Benjumea, about the particular moment that we're experiencing right now, where we really, Europe has to get itself together. We need all perspectives, from startups to founders to investors to companies and institutions, to make sure that we act in time, because there is a pressing time, not only in climate, from the climate perspective, but also from our competitiveness and security perspective. And we have the talent and we have the money, we have the people, so we have to make it happen. And in this sense, this is a wonderful venue to make all of us come together. So from our perspective, I think we can bring financing and technical expertise. We also provide advisory and technical expertise for free for the public sector and for a small price for the private sector.
You are raising also an interesting element here that maybe we can add it to the mix, which is security, no? And we are talking about open innovation and collaboration, and I always like to use all these opportunities to emphasize open doesn't mean free, doesn't mean public. It means that we can establish the right kind of collaboration, and even it can be confidential collaboration, no? And this is maybe part of the important elements. Sometimes the right kind of openness is key for survival and growth. And I think maybe an underlying element to all these topics that we're talking about is security, no? Which is an important element.
Yeah.
Well, you raise your hand. Do you want to change the rhythm?
I'm quite agree with Pat about that innovation and technology leadership is not only in the US or in China, so here in Europe, or here in Spain, and here in the Basque Country.
And here in Bilbao.
Here in Bilbao, we have a lot of people that are world leaders in their sectors, such as physicists, mathematicians, and so. And I think that European institutions and also the private funds they are doing right now, but they need to be confident on what we have in-house, and we don't need to go outside to find these new technologies. And bringing back what you said about bringing the physical and the digital twins, new technologies such as AI and quantum can help a lot on having that transition and the sovereignty of AI. I think that it's very important also to take in consideration that the sovereignty of Europe needs to stay in Europe and not only rely on the US and China about where we store our data or solutions or whatever.
Critical element for security as well, no?
Exactly.
Talking about sovereignty. And also where the borders are not as visible as before.
Yeah, no, I would agree with my two colleagues. I mean, for us, as a Spanish investment fund, we're living a golden age. It's like our honeymoon. I mean, for impact investment, technology is driving through an amazing innovations, and from micromobility, like what technology enabled on house consuming and deliverables, to last mile approach, like what kind of SaaS and what technology is doing to distribution of cities, and how it's enabling to reducing CO2 on distributions. The whole electrification aspects on energy, even within cities, is driving through amazing change. We invest with a mindset also of systemic change, and we're seeing it. We're seeing it, and we're seeing it from Spain. In macro mobility also, from different fuels that are being invested on transportation, with truck fleets from across Europe, now with ship CO2 canalization, how we're using energy. And I agree with Joan in the sense that the talent that we're seeing in this country now, it's much higher than what we expected before, in the sense that of our investments here, around 70% we co-invest with international funds that come to Spain and are looking at Spanish startups because of their talent, because of the valuation and their scalability potential. And I think that wasn't happening before. So before we used to go to Berlin, to Amsterdam, to Frankfurt, to UK to look for opportunities. Now we sit here, we go to South Summit and we wait for the international funds to come to us and ask us, where can we invest in Spain? Because we're seeing companies are coming out and they're becoming globalized. No? So I think it's a good era with respect and cautious. I say that because then we talk about security, we talk about Ukraine, we talk about globalization and the new increase of climate denials. I mean, we don't think that has an impact midterm. It has jeopardized a little the process and the flows, but we're very optimistic. We do believe that also with AI, regardless the energy consumption that it will generate, there's a huge potential to drive through innovation. From our scale of investment, we're trying to change a little our investment thesis. Before we invested on seed, we had like 18 months till the company went to Series A, 18 months till it went to Series B, and we could select to fund 1, 2, or 3. We have 3 years to look for a company and fund it. Today, like what Mateo was saying, we have companies doing bootstrap, and they go from AI, from pre-seed to Series C without asking for funds. So we're trying to say, okay, when do we get in and when do we fund these companies? Because they're bootstrapping and they're doing amazing impact without the need of funding. No? So we're adapting, but I think it's a good era to be in the ecosystem and to contribute jointly in impact investment, certainly.
Certainly, we need to be ready to adapt because the times we are living today are complex, are fast, are constantly bringing us new challenges. No? And I think maybe representation or the main characteristic of our era is this need for speed and adaptation and resilience. No? So maybe we are ready to close, and I will ask you for a final idea. We talked about the different sectors and the different roles. What would be the biggest opportunity? And maybe we can just give food for thoughts, considering that here we have investors, corporates, startups, and institutions. Where could be the the most interesting place to begin in terms of collaboration with different players. No, like maybe public, private, or corporation, or can you give a call to action to some specific players that we have here to look for collaborations, next stage, next opportunities to chase anyone in the room, or maybe even look to change the world with these collaborations? Close to action, and maybe a final thought, so we are ready to close. Let's begin with you, Fernando, so we can change it a little bit.
Okay, call to action. First of all, I'm very happy to be in the Basque Country because we just signed yesterday an investment with a company from here, Scrapat. They're doing it's a marketplace to recycle metals at a global scale. Excellent entrepreneurs.
Sandra is an amazing
Exactly. We're very happy to have closed that deal. And I think the synergy between the ecosystem in Catalonia and the ecosystem in the Basque Country needs to be strengthened. We like to come here a lot. I think we have a lot of commonalities. And for us, this South Summit and the kind of investments we can do together is essential. So we have the ICF as a Catalan investment. We have the ICO. We would like to work closer with the Basque government and see where we can support more and better Basque startups, because I think they do an amazing job. And then, as I said, talking about my agenda, we're always very interested in the startups that South Summit brings along, because they have been filtered and catered in a very diligently way. So we're very happy to be part of this ecosystem. Maybe as an action would be to have a closer relationship with them, be able to work more with my team and see what can be in a short term funded. And from a macro scale, we hope that the fund too, we have the European fund as partners. We didn't request it because we were looking as a first fund more local. But when we raise the second fund, we'll certainly look for path and see if we can join forces there.
Amazing. Joan?
Yeah, for me, what the collaboration should start, as I will take as an example what we experienced in multiverse computing. We started 6 years ago as a startup. Now we are in a scale-up. We closed a Series B 3 months ago of 200 million euros. And I think that and what we saw is that huge companies are more relying on startups and working with the startups because they need niche solutions. And I think that is a big opportunity for the startups to start working not only with other startups, but with the huge companies that are working and are looking outside their company to find these solutions that can go forward and move forward the business. And also, of course, having the collaboration with the public funds and private funds alongside, I think that it's, they are, as you said, Fernando, they are open to invest, and they are open to see that the opportunities are here and not outside. So I think that's a very big opportunity for startups here in Spain and here in the Basque Country concretely.
And you're right, the startups are in a way the innovation lab of the world,
Yeah.
no? Experimenting and focusing in developing a solution and making it grow.
And this is also what Mateo said. I think that innovation, that huge companies relies on startups to say, okay, you are doing this, but I think that you can do that with your technology or with your experience or your knowledge. You can do another thing that maybe turns out your company through one thing to another. And the startups has this cintura, no, to move and not be stuck in a specific thing. So.
Yeah, and we need the corporates ready to bet. We need the regulation ready to adapt.
Yeah,
we need to have the right kind of interlocution with the right kind of players in the ecosystem and the investors fueling the machine. So we have all the system ready. Paz?
Yeah, well, I can't help but to talk about it in Europe. But I guess that, you know, being on a green panel and after what happened last week in Brazil in the COP30, I think it's important my call for action would be, let's stay on course. We think that climate change is happening and we have to fight it. It makes economic sense, it makes competitiveness sense, it makes security sense. And we have to be leaders in that. So as some countries have decided to negate this and to not work with this, there is And here I want to bring more the global perspective. There is a lot of countries looking at Europe and saying, do we stay the course? Does it make sense? And Europe is a powerhouse of green tech. We are leaders in green tech in the world, and we can also create partnerships with other countries that are looking up to us, or looking to us, maybe not up, but looking to us, and that need to see that we walk the talk, that we stay on course, that we are going to fight climate change, and that we think it makes sense, and we're going to help other countries do so. So I would say also look for the global perspective. I wouldn't be able to mention the number of countries that come to us, to the EIB now, kind of lost in transition with all these other international financial institutions being more shy or shying away from climate. So I think we have to take action, and that would be my call for you. And there is a place for every startup, corporate, institution, or country to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paz, and thank you, everyone. I maybe just want to add a final thought. I was not born in Bilbao, but we know that everyone is from Bilbao because we are born wherever we want. And I can for sure close with the invitation to make sure that all these business opportunities can also happen here. We have a strong and deep interconnection of all these players, startups, industry, and well-versed players in all areas, of course, corporations as well. We have plenty of opportunities to make the best of your time visiting here, the region, because it's full of opportunities. And from the open innovation perspective, let's be ready to bet for the long run. No, we want to create things that last and create value continuously for all the players. Thank you very much for being such a good sport with the panel, and thank you everyone, and enjoy the Best South Summit of the year. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. In choppy waters, stay the course. I love that message coming where Europe can step in and essentially fill this void, no? Potentially being created by the US and some other large blocs who are not playing for the team on this energy transition. Stay with us because we're going to look at how the ecosystem is supporting startups right here in Bilbao, in Vizcaya. When South Summit kicked off, when we started with South Summit back in 2012, I've had the privilege and pleasure of surviving 18 South Summits. I'm headed for my 19th in Brazil at the end of March, so be sure to join us if Latin America is a region that you're looking at. And we will be at the 15th edition of South Summit in Madrid in June. So that's the 3rd to the 5th of June in Madrid. So please join us for that and don't miss it. And as Marisol said, we're here with our favorite South Summit because this is quite specialized and intimate. So it's a really unique dynamic, and to be able to network and make the right connections and catch up with exactly who you need to meet, which is wonderful to be able to do this in the specialized vertical edition in Bilbao, because in Madrid there's of everything and of everyone. It can be harder to navigate, so we do love coming here and enjoying the connections made here. So when we started in 2012, the ecosystem was very much about how do we get public administration out of the way of the founder, of the entrepreneur, so they can just run and let the market take them where they need to go. Today, it's a whole different story. You need a thriving ecosystem to be able to level the playing field and to make sure the entrepreneurs are supported at every stage of their journey. And of course, there's no better example than here in Vizcaya and Bilbao in terms of how to do that, and how to do that through public-private partnerships and getting everybody to the table to make sure that that highway is accelerated for the entrepreneur and the startup success stories that can happen here and take over the world from this hub. So to give us more detail on the specific programs that are on offer here to entrepreneurs and how the Diputación de Vizcaya can support entrepreneurs and startups founded here, please join me on stage, Icaín Laca, who's project manager at BEAS, who's going to talk through some of the opportunities for startups here. Icaín, todo tuyo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning everyone, and welcome to Vizcaya, to Bilbao. My name is Ekain Laka. I'm part of the team of BEAS, which is an entity, a regional development agency from the Vizcaya Provincial Council. So what I'm going to explain today is the support that as a regional development agency and as the Diputación Foral de Vizcaya or the regional government, the support that we give to entrepreneurs, not only to entrepreneurs, but also to all the stakeholders involved, like corporates that want to innovate, to collaborate with startups, also acceleration institutions or stakeholders that support the startups in long term. So we try here to support the whole ecosystem to grow from here, from Vizcaya. Not only our ecosystem, but also international stakeholders that want to expand to Europe or to expand to Spain. Okay, so first of all, I don't know if you know, if you are new here in Bilbao, in Vizcaya, but as Joseba, our director, has said before, we are a small ecosystem. We are not Paris, Madrid, or Barcelona, but we are really supportive ecosystem for startups. As an example, in the last 10 years, we have supported more than 400 innovative companies, and our survival rate is around 77%, so it's really high. And we support those startups in so many ways that I will try to explain. Our role, I think it's important to highlight here, as a public institution, is really a role to support you, all of you, to reach your highest potential. No? We are not a public institution willing to not support you, to be a problem, like sometimes in other cases could be. Our role always is willing to be a really supportive administration, no? And we are part of an ecosystem. We are part of an industrial ecosystem, mainly. We have so many actors in different sectors in industry, especially in energy, in mobility, advanced industry in general. So we are a good place for manufacturing any kind of products. But not only manufacturing, as we have a really strong science and technology network. We have also a strong financial institutions, not only banks, but also investment funds, public and private, and different entities that support the startup ecosystem. We have also human capital. I would highlight here like long-standing STEM disciplines universities, like our public university, Deusto and Mondragon. And also top companies that support the whole ecosystem, no? Always based in mobility, aerospace, advanced industry. So, and our role is to make all this ecosystem available for all of you at the end of the day, for startups, for investment funds willing to find those new ideas, new technologies, also for corporates willing to innovate. We are here to support. What's the offering that we give as a public institution? Mainly, we support your project, I would say, in a one-to-one basis. We try to help you. We have been doing this for the last 40 years, and we try to, if you want to find incubation or acceleration spaces, if you need to find grants to support your entrepreneurship project, or if you need to support your innovation project or your program to support collaborations with startups as a corporate, we can talk about that. We support providing also our own investment funds, also in talent recruitment. This is a big issue nowadays. And here I would say not only in Vizcaya but in the Basque Country, we have, as I have said, in technical disciplines or in technical areas, we have a long-standing experience and background, so we have talent here to be recruited. And also favorable taxation. As we have our own system, I don't know if you know, but in Spain, we are one of the main provinces that has its own tax authority. So, as I would explain later, what we have tried is to use this tool to support the creation of new startups, the soft landing of investment funds, of talent. That's our main focus. So first, I have spoken about incubation spaces. As a public administration, we provide these kind of spaces. These spaces are always for innovative companies, but some of them are specialized, depending on the type of technologies that you may be developing. If you are in biotech, if you are developing software, if you are focused, for example, in an aging client's market group, we have also a specific incubation for spaces for that. Not only spaces, but also services, support services, because our point of view is that you as a startup, most of you would be startups, you not only need a space to thrive, you need also the connections, you need also the funding, you need also the services, the support, the training. So we try to support in all those ways to your endeavor. Apart from incubation, we do acceleration also through this project, but this project is led by us as a public administration, but is privately managed by PwC, and we work together here. If you have a look around, it looks like a co-working space, but it's much more than that, or we try at least to be much more than that, because we have innovation teams from corporates here, working here every day. We have startups, more than 100 already, corporations, I have not said, but more than 40 corporations, innovation teams here, universities, technology centers. We have international connections. This is not a project on itself. We have more than 140 connections with many other acceleration hubs all over the world. So every startup, company, innovation team located here has the ability to connect to those other ecosystems all over the world. So for us, this is very important because we try here to be an open innovation project as BAT Tower. I mean, our, I would say, obsession or our best willing for this project is to find projects that can join corporates from one side, startups from the other, technology centers, so they can develop innovation together. So this is our main challenge here with this project, and we are really focused on that. Together with all this support, we have also grants. I would say that our grants program are one of the most important ones in the Southern Europe, at least, not only for the amount of the support that you may have, but also for the that we are quick to support with design. It's easy to at least all the bureaucracy to get these grants. If you have an innovative company and if you are here to develop the project from Biscay, I would say that it's really easy to access these programs. We have programs for the creation of the company, to set up the company here, but not only that, because we support you as a regional development agency all along the way, not only for the establishment of the company, but for the rest of the life of the project that you develop here. So we have this program, these programs are for the setup, no? But all those also we have for the internationalization of your company once you have set up operations here, if you want to develop innovation projects here, if you want to develop projects linked to the green transition, for the digitalization, with us so many programs to support you. Of course, we can go in depth later, so I have only 15 minutes, so I will try to go quick. It's not only grants, it's not only taxation, we have also services. Depending on where are you in the development, in the process of the development of the project, we have our own acceleration program with an equity commitment from us. We support you in investment rounds if you need training with that. If you need to have access to key mentors specialized in your business area, we have also this kind of services. We have our own investment fund, which have different tools depending on the type of the project, the impact that this project would have in our region. We can be part of your project. So here we have projects that are invested between 100,000 and 1 million, depending on the ambition of your project, I would say. But not only that, we have a parent company called Vizcaya Talent that helps us also to support in all regarding talent attraction, relocation of your teams to here, to Vizcaya. Even if they come with spouses, if they are bringing kids, we try to support them to come here and to relocate to our region. And I have spoken about taxation system. We have our own. The tax authority is different from the Spanish one. So this autonomy gives us the chance to make it more attractive for certain sectors, certain tax payers. No? And for us, as an entity willing to support entrepreneurship, we have tried to make the most of this system to support you. How we support, for example, just to give you some highlights. First, we have high R&D innovation deductions that are not available in other places. Also, for example, for startups, what we have is usually startups, you don't have the revenues to deduct the investment that you are already doing in R&D or in innovation. So we have set up a system that this expenditure that you are doing in R&D, let's say, you generate tax credits with that, and you can sell them to a corporate. So the corporate would deduct those rights on their corporate tax, and you would get tax on advance. No? So for us, it's very interesting tool to support innovation in our region, and also make sure that you, as a startup, get also the support, the funding to continue to develop your R&D, your innovation. No? And also, for example, startups that if you are based here in Vizcaya and if you make an exit, the benefits that you would obtain from this exit would be exempt. So this is another advantage that are not available in other places. And for example, for repatriates, if you as a founder or members of your team come to live in Vizcaya and they have not been living in Spain for the last 5 years, they get at least a 30% of exemption in their personal income tax. It's between 30% and 50%, depending on several costs that you incur coming to Vizcaya, so we can also talk about that. And this exemption is for 11 years. So really, I think, interesting. And it's our focus in order to help to attract talent. That's our focus as a public administration. No? So to sum up our proposal, for every project, we have a one-to-one relationship with with your project. We try to support you and give you what we call the itinerary or the, I would say, the path of development of growth of your project. No? Depending on where you are, if you are an early stage startup, we support with several tools, services, grants that we have. If you are already a project that is expanding, we have another tool. So as a public administration, we try to help you one by one and designing like a special map for you in order to support you in your growth, in your scale. Explaining you funding, taxation, different services that you could be available for you. Together with that, we also try to bring to our region the most important flagship events. We have developed here our own Slash. We have Food for Future, South Summit, B-Venture, different big events or big or at least events that are really important for several sectors. So our focus is to become a reference in the entrepreneurship ecosystem. No? And also with acceleration programs, which is going to be for us a really big issue in the next few years. We want really to become a center to develop acceleration programs. At the moment, we have 3, AT Food, SBA with Seoul Business Agency, also with Startup Wise Guys. But I would say if anyone in the room has acceleration programs going on, maybe you are an institution, investment fund, we are really willing to support you to come here and develop here your acceleration program. And we have a special tool that we are developing at the moment to support you with the financing of this acceleration program with up to 150,000 euros. So if you have one of those acceleration programs, we can talk later on. And together with that, we have startups that may be your case, thinking on expanding into Europe, into Spain, and we have specific services to help you to come from your country to establish here and start operations here. This is specific movement that you need to do. So if you need to search for talent, if you need tax and legal advice on how to best take advantage of our system, of our taxation system, if you need to get visas for your employees or for yourself, or relocation, if you need to find housing in schools, especially in housing, we are still struggling. You know that it's a global problem, but as a public administration, we are really aware of the problem, so we are trying our best to improve this as much as we can. Location for your company, we have incubators, but so many options for you. So as a public administration, we try to advise you in where you can locate. Networking, very important. Here, BAT Tower, we have here corporations, technology centers. If you need to further develop your technology, if you need to find the partner, the customer, we try to support you with them, with that, as a public administration. So basically, we are here to help. So please, we can talk anytime. We will finish this presentation, but afterwards, we will be here all around. So please, let's talk. And thank you very much.
Excellent, again, thank you. I'll just leave this here. Again, thank you so much. Our dear collaborator, it's been awesome to work with these guys for the last couple of years as we bring you South Summit industry and energy to this incredibly dynamic city and ecosystem. And we're going to continue that conversation in our next topic, which I have the pleasure of facilitating. Please join me in welcoming to the stage 4 different profiles, all based here in the region, coming from different areas and different perspectives, that can talk about in more detail, again, practical examples and context of why Bilbao is such a dense ecosystem, the region of Biscaya, how it operates, how it's interconnected, and I guess how these collaborations and partnerships work from a corporate, a public partnership, a startup and an industry perspective to maximize the opportunities, I guess, for the founders and the startups that are operating in this region. So please join me in welcoming to the stage. We have Olatz Goitia, Director General at BEAS Biscaya, Patricia Berjon, Corporate Development Director at Dominion, Ambros de San Jose, Head of Business Development at EIT Food, and Fernando Taracuma, Co-Founder at Waza Labs. Join me, folks, on stage. Thank you. Hi, guys. Good morning. Good morning. I suppose it's probably afternoon in British terms, but in Spanish terms, I think we can still say good morning y bienvenidos. Y aquí somos, bueno, multilingües, trilingües, bilingües, y esta conversación lo vamos a redactar en español para facilitar la fluidez de esto y mucho del ecosistema que está aquí también. Así que vamos a ir intercambiando de idiomas y me perdonas mi spanglish un poco, que voy trabajando en ambos y haciendo esa transición. Muchísimas gracias por estar con nosotros. Estamos muy ilusionados aquí celebrando la 4ª edición y nos encanta ver ya con experiencia, viniendo a esta región, ver la madurez de este ecosistema, ¿verdad? Sino que vais vosotros trabajando muchos años, pero nosotros estamos viendo ya la fruta de estar aquí muy instalados los últimos 4 años y viendo la madurez, ¿no? Entonces, vamos a ver un poco fruto de esto en esta conversación y me encantaría invitaros a presentaros cada uno un poco vuestra organización para que no entendamos muy bien la perspectiva que traéis a la conversación y con esto además nos vais adelantando vuestra organización y por qué para vosotros abrir el abanico a partnerships y colaboraciones fuera de la organización tenga sentido, ¿no? Entonces, hola, voy a estar contigo a mi lado, mi colaboradora, aquí en South Summit Bilbao. Veas que, bueno, Caí he entrado en más detalle, pero vuestro planteamiento actual, ¿cómo lo veis vosotros ahora y cómo estáis respondiendo al ecosistema? Y este momento actual, ¿cómo lo estáis viendo el ecosistema?
Bueno, para los que no conocen BEAS, BEAS es la entidad de promoción económica de Diputación Foral de Vizcaya. Nosotros somos el primer centro de empresas e innovación del Estado. BEAS se creó hace ya alrededor de 38 años, cumplimos 38 años este año. Y al final somos, hablando coloquialmente, el brazo armado del Departamento de Promoción Económica. Somos entidad gestora de programas de ayudas, incubadoras, servicios, etcétera, etcétera. No voy a ahondar demasiado en esto porque podríamos estar hablando de BEAS y si me dejáis, porque la primera enamorada soy yo, mucho tiempo. Pero el porqué de BEAS y por qué o dónde vemos la importancia de la colaboración. Bueno, BEAS, con todo lo que hacemos, al final somos la entidad que Diputación Foral de Vizcaya pone a disposición de generar las condiciones para que todas estas personas que hoy me van a acompañar y agentes como ellos puedan realmente crear nuevas oportunidades de negocio a través de la colaboración entre diferentes. Nosotros somos la entidad que tiene que definir las herramientas, gestionarlas, ponerlas a su disposición y obviamente hacer el seguimiento para que, según ellos van avanzando y viendo nuevas necesidades, incluso nuestras herramientas tengan la suficiente flexibilidad para poder responderles en cada momento, ¿no? Yo creo que esa es nuestra principal labor y esa es el por qué una agencia como BEAS tiene que estar en este tipo de conversación, tanto con corporaciones, con startups, obviamente, de atracción, y también con entidades como EIT Food, que lo que hacen es acelerar startups en entornos estratégicos, ¿no? Yo creo que así, de forma resumida, ese es nuestro porqué.
Sí,
No, genial, está fenomenal veros acompañando y luego adaptando, ¿no? Realmente para
Efectivamente.
responder a la necesidad del mercado y darle esta potencia, ¿no?
Eso es.
Para llegar a su máxima potencia, ¿no? Patricia, bienvenida.
Muchas
Dominio,
gracias.
gran global corporación basado aquí en Vizcaya. Cuéntanos un poco background histórico de la empresa y las dimensiones que tiene, el acceso que tiene y por qué habéis apostado por colaborar fuera de vuestra entidad.
Vale, bueno, lo primero, la verdad que encantada de participar y además creo en South Summit porque creo que también es como señal de ese dinamismo, ¿no? que estamos diciendo, ¿no? Que esta sea cuarta edición, pues me parece maravilloso y me parece que crea parte de ese ecosistema. En mi caso, Dominion. Dominion, como dices, es una compañía basada aquí en Bilbao, que nace aquí, pero la realidad es que somos 11.000 personas en prácticamente 35 países. Somos una compañía que cotiza en bolsa aquí en España y a día de hoy lo que hacemos en cuanto a actividades, que la verdad que son muy diversas, se centraría como en 3 ámbitos. En ayudar a nuestros clientes en los retos que tienen en la transición energética, en la transición digital y en la transición, no sé si llamar medioambiental o hacia una industria más sostenible, ¿vale? Porque nosotros en el mundo de la transición energética pues vemos tanto los temas de electrificación como de generación de energías renovables. En la parte digital no estaríamos tanto en el mundo IT como lo que serían las infraestructuras para permitir esa digitalización, telecomunicaciones, integración tecnológica. Y luego en esa parte medioambiental, bueno, hablamos, además es quizá el área donde más innovación vamos a necesitar, donde quizá todo esto cobra más sentido. Tenemos 2 áreas que serían economía circular y descarbonización, ¿no? Cuento esto para encuadrar un poco en qué tipo de compañía estamos, que es una compañía muy diversificada, muy grande en cuanto a tamaño y presencia internacional, y ahí lo junto un poco con ese porqué, ¿no? ¿Por qué nos abrimos, ¿no?, a colaboraciones externas? Primero, partiendo de yo creo que un hecho y una creencia, que es que todo el conocimiento no puede estar dentro de tu compañía. Segundo, porque en una compañía que ha crecido tanto, tan rápidamente y que en nuestra cultura está el espíritu emprendedor e innovador, hay que mantener esa cultura de compañía. Y eso creo que no vale solo con continuar repitiéndonoslo internamente, sino que también hay que tomar hechos concretos. Y cuando tú entras en relación con tu entorno, con un entorno del mundo startup, del mundo emprendedor, que esa cultura la tienen porque son emprendedores, permea también en la organización. Entonces, creo que es un camino de ida y vuelta para nosotros, como digo, parte de esa creencia de que colaborando y sumando siempre vas más allá y que no puede estar internamente todo el conocimiento y todas las soluciones. Y parte de otro hecho, que es que nosotros nos ponemos como objetivo o queríamos acercarnos a innovación y a talento, que tiene esta doble vertiente lo que estábamos trabajando.
Genial, es como difícil separar esos nodos de elementos y ahora ya profundizamos más adelante en cómo lo estáis haciendo, ¿no? Amparo, bienvenida, encantado de verte. Y ahí te conocemos muy bien, ¿no?, en la casa de South Summit, y la verdad es que es una satisfacción ver el desarrollo y madurez a lo largo del tiempo, ¿no? Entonces, vosotros habéis nacido en interconectar esas tecnologías a nivel paneuropeo entre tecnologías y startups y emprendedores, ¿no?, y conectando con el mercado, pero cuéntanos un poco más específicamente de EIT Food, ¿no?, tu rol ahí y por qué de esas colaboraciones, por qué habéis visto una necesidad de la formación de una institución como EIT, ¿no?, y su core business en lo que estáis haciendo.
Sí, bueno, una palabra cortita, EIT Food, para los que no sepan, es el Instituto Europeo de Innovación y Tecnología en agroalimentario. Siempre, aunque nos llamemos food, es agroalimentario, que es la cadena de valor completa. En mi caso, yo todos estos años, en los 4 años pasados en EIT Food, era responsable de todos los programas de emprendimiento que hacíamos en el sur de Europa, y ahora tengo una función más de business development, o sea que todavía es más conectar con la comunidad que está fuera de la comunidad de EIT Food, porque EIT Food es una comunidad, ha nacido como una comunidad de innovación donde por supuesto pues EIT Food es un poco el agente articulador o el que orquestra, pero tenemos ahora mismo algo más de 200 miembros. Nacimos con 50 y hemos superado los 200, de partida con universidades, centros de investigación del sector, grandes y medianas empresas y por supuesto emprendedores. Entonces, no es tanto que veamos la necesidad ahora de colaborar, sino que hemos nacido así. Entonces, tenemos una oficina aquí en el BAT y otra en Zamudio, y otras 3 en Europa, en Alemania, en Bélgica y en Polonia. Los miembros son de toda Europa, entonces eso es lo que nos permite además al tratar de potenciar un ecosistema local como es el de aquí, de Vizcaya o de Bilbao, nos permite traer mejores prácticas de otro sitio. O sea que, como explicaré un poquito más tarde, es una de las labores que hacemos, pues tratar de potenciar los ecosistemas locales donde estamos. A veces pasa porque al estar aquí pues hacemos muchas de nuestras actividades aquí y en otros casos es porque las hacemos ad hoc para generar más ecosistema. Entonces, para nosotros entendemos que para los emprendedores, enfocándonos en ellos, todo nuestro network, nuestro ecosistema les permite crecer, les permite financiarse, les permite detectar necesidades del mercado y testearlas también. Entonces, eso es lo que nos caracteriza. Volviendo un poco al agroalimentario, fomentamos la innovación tanto en la parte más agro, es decir, nuestro público son tanto los agricultores en la parte alta de la cadena de valor como los consumidores. En toda esta cadena de valor hay muchas piezas en las que la modernización, la digitalización, la sostenibilidad es clave y tratamos de ir trabajando en diferentes bloques para que se produzca pues, ese crecimiento acelerado y siempre con el foco en la sostenibilidad.
Es muy natural para vosotros esta evolución, ¿no? Porque justo creciendo con este ADN que es un poco como nosotros mismos en South Summit, yo no puedo imaginar un mundo sin colaborar porque dependemos directamente de colaboraciones para aterrizar en donde vayamos aterrizando y para realmente fomentar los ecosistemas en que trabajamos, ¿no? Así que nos entendemos perfectamente, me encanta ya llegar más a fondo en esta conversación y cómo lo estamos haciendo. Fernando, bienvenido.
Muchísimas gracias.
Bueno, vienes como representando todo el ecosistema de emprendedores.
Sin presión, ¿no?
entero en su conjunto y las startups y como beneficiario, ¿no? Al final de esos ecosistemas. Así que cuéntanos un poco, por favor, Waza Labs es una a qué se dedica, cómo se distingue, qué diferencia tiene, qué aporta a su mercado y cómo habéis visto vosotros una necesidad de estar colaborativo en ese sentido.
Vale. Para quienes no conozcan, Waza Labs se dedica a crear plataformas y tecnologías Deep Tech para ayudar a grandes compañías y gobiernos a afrontar retos en sostenibilidad, el cambio climático y el riesgo asociado a ese cambio, ¿no? ¿Y cómo llegamos aquí particularmente? Allá por 2020 hemos participado creo que era la segunda edición del Bind. En ese momento no estaba, es un evento de innovación aquí en donde se unen, entiendo que Diputación o el Grupo SPRI, que es el gobierno vasco, y acercan a las grandes corporaciones con las startups. Y justo en ese momento las startups podían ser de cualquier lugar del mundo, particularmente yo soy argentino, aunque no lo parezca, y mi socio fundador también. Y decidimos participar. En ese momento habíamos salido de una compañía anterior, una compañía norteamericana que se vendió y fue exitosa, y dijimos, bueno, esa innovación que habíamos visto en la compañía anterior podría aplicarse a otras industrias. Entonces, en ese momento decidimos participar del Bind, sin tener mucha idea si íbamos a finalmente armar una compañía o no, pero a partir de esa participación en la que no clasificamos, no quedamos finalmente para un contrato, nos han atraído del Grupo SPRI, del área de atracción económica, y luego nos han derivado a BEA Vizcaya en el momento que hemos decidido fundar la compañía aquí, ¿no? ¿Qué creemos que nos aporta la colaboración particularmente a nosotros? Somos una startup de 12 personas, a diferencia de estos grandes jugadores. Obviamente no podemos llegar a todo, no podemos desarrollar todo. Entonces nosotros queremos enfocarnos en nuestro diferencial, ¿no? Puramente tecnológico, y las asociaciones que tenemos hoy en día nos permiten abrir nuevos mercados, llegar a mercados donde directamente no pensábamos llegar, o encontrarnos con otros jugadores en el ecosistema que tienen ciertos contactos que nos permitirían ir en conjunto a un contrato mayor.
Genial. ¿Y estáis aquí basado en Bilbao Ciudad?
Estamos basados aquí, tenemos un espacio en el coworking aquí en la Torre Bat. Genial. Y además tenemos una oficina en Parque de Donosti.
Genial, fantástico. ¿Y cómo va? Vamos a hacer un double click, ¿no? Un poco más a fondo. ¿Nos das algún caso particular en que cómo habéis contemplado otro mercado, o sea, geográficamente o dentro de un vertical específico por haber hablado con un potencial cliente o proveedor de tecnología o conocimiento?
¿Algún caso local, por ejemplo? En su momento, Iberdrola había lanzado un reto de innovación junto con Diputación, si no recuerdo mal, que es dentro del programa Perseo, en el que ellos buscaban el poder controlar la vegetación alrededor de las líneas de alta tensión y media tensión. Nosotros, a partir de esa charla inicial que tuvimos con BEAS y que nos había acercado esa propuesta de, miren, esto está abierto, se puede presentar cualquier compañía, no importa si es una startup, finalmente fuimos seleccionados, hemos ganado ese evento, desarrollamos un producto para el sector de energía que hasta ese momento, si bien es control forestal, hasta ese momento no teníamos ni siquiera en cuenta esa vertical, y a partir de eso, 2 años después, hoy en día tenemos varios jugadores o varios clientes, grandes compañías, no solo en España, sino en otros lugares del mundo, que están usando ese mismo producto o el producto que ha salido a partir de esa innovación.
Genial, no, maravilloso, porque, a ver, hay como 2 perspectivas, sobre todo de la startup, ¿no? Con medios a veces en colaborar con un enorme, gigantesco, ¿no? Que podría ser Iberdrola, Dominion igual, pero a veces hay ese nervios, ¿no? Que a ver a dónde me lleva, no sé si puedo responder y tal, pero aquí justo un ejemplo en que de abrir mercado, ¿no? Y de poder competir con otras empresas que estaban ofreciendo soluciones.
Ni siquiera visualizábamos en ese momento.
Sí, efectivamente, ¿no? Entonces un poco abrir esta visión primero y luego la posibilidad de hacer vertical me parece súper, súper curioso. Y de ahí, Fernando, voy a saltar a Patricia, vosotros, ¿no? Que justo conectando esto, ¿me puedes ir en más detalle qué tipo de programas, cómo estáis colaborando, atrayendo este tipo de innovación desde fuera de la empresa, ¿no? Porque al final es más evidente, yo creo, que lo que vosotros podéis ofrecer a una pequeña empresa, una empresa que está escalando con ese tanto acceso al mercado y no solo eso, vuestra cartera de clientes encima, ya es más acceso a nivel dentro de verticales muy dinámicas y luego geografías, pues estáis en todo el mundo, ¿no? Eso es súper atractivo para una empresa poder colaborar, pero vosotros, ¿cómo hacéis este approach? ¿Cómo facilitas ese proceso a nivel de encontrar, hablar, integrar, pilotar? ¿Cómo es este proceso de identificar y luego avanzar estas relaciones con pequeñas empresas más externas?
Justamente era eso lo que nosotros identificamos que podía ser nuestro plus de cara a ofrecer a una startup, ¿no? Ese acceso al mercado, el contraste rapidísimo o la validación industrial de esas soluciones. Es decir, sí, efectivamente hay un mercado para ello, esta conversación con muchos clientes que te hace pivotar o te hace cambiar tu solución o abrir un nuevo nicho porque no lo habías identificado. Entonces, tuvimos muy claro desde el principio que lo que queríamos hacer era poner toda la organización a disposición de esos startups o de esos proyectos, porque nosotros hacemos una call anual, ¿vale? La forma en la que hemos decidido luego instrumentalizarlo es una call anual donde seleccionamos 6 proyectos o talentos emprendedores a los que les asignamos un reto de innovación. Tiene un poco esta doble vertiente, ¿no? No solamente proyectos que ya existen, sino personas que igual no tienen ese proyecto entre manos o no han fundado una compañía, pero que sí pueden responder a un reto de innovación interna. Que están con nosotros 6 meses y durante esos 6 meses ponemos toda la organización a su disposición. Y esto quiere decir, como tú decías, efectivamente, clientes, proveedores, todo tipo de stakeholders, los departamentos internos para apoyarles en temas técnicos, en temas, bueno, marketing, contables, jurídicos, todo lo que puedan necesitar. Luego el programa se completa con otra serie de cosas, ¿no? Pues con formaciones, tienen un mentor del top 100 directivo. Yo creo que esto también es súper potente para guiar en ese camino, ¿no? Porque lo que tratamos es de que esos 6 meses sean de aceleración, de como llegas y cómo te vas, te hubiese costado recorrerlo, no lo sé, 2 años y lo recorres en 6 meses, ¿no? Entonces creo que la guía de un mentor que es directivo de una gran compañía te da también muchísimo acompañamiento. Entonces, hemos tenido ya casos, estamos en la 3ª edición y tenemos casos de primera y segunda edición donde pues, ha habido una pivotación clara, por ejemplo, ¿no? Y de hecho, pues luego, ¿qué pasa? Terminan los 6 meses y estamos muy abiertos a que el esquema posterior de colaboración puede ser muy variado. Podemos ser clientes de esas startups, podemos incluso invertir, llegado el caso. O sea, estamos abiertos a una conversación donde identifiquemos cuál es el mejor siguiente paso, ¿no? Y como decía, tenemos ejemplos ya de un par de ediciones y uno que estoy pensando en concreto porque es de la primera edición y por tanto ha recorrido más, pivotó, terminó los 6 meses, identificó las bondades de este ecosistema, constituyó sociedad en Vizcaya, ha trabajado con BEAS, BEAS le ha conseguido acceder a programas de ayudas de BEAS, de Gobierno vasco, continúa trabajando aquí, hacemos colaboraciones con ellos, hemos abierto mercado. O sea, al final son 6 meses donde avanzas mucho y a partir de ahí se abre un espectro de diferentes opciones para trabajar con esa startup.
Es curioso, ¿no? Porque parece bastante flexible, que yo creo que es crítico, ¿no? En esas etapas, primeras etapas de las empresas y las ideas que van evolucionando, y eso me parece que no es fácil a veces dentro de la cooperación, pero parece que está logrado, ¿no? Y lo que a mí me encanta de ese ecosistema, cada vez que vengo lo veo, es más evidente cada vez que vengo, es la ventaja que tiene un ecosistema pequeño, es que es densa. Es muy densa y tengo la sensación que todo el mundo conoce a todo el mundo. Entonces, esas conversaciones de intercambiar, de luego decir, bueno, lo vas a constituir, hay que hablar con BEAS, que BEAS sabe qué programa te podría... Es muy ágil en ese sentido la percepción. Yo creo que eso es hiper gran ventaja de cómo trabajar, que en comparación de otros sitios, ¿no? Y a veces es más difícil de ver desde dentro porque es la naturaleza de que hacen las cosas aquí, pero luego es una ventaja enorme en comparación de otros sitios, ¿no? Entonces, yo creo que es un gran ventaja que tiene que esta región. Y Patricia, justo un detalle dentro de esto, ha sido fácil. Tú has mencionado que la cultura de la cooperación siempre ha sido bastante emprendedora, ¿no? Ha crecido muy rápido en poco tiempo, que eso tiene que ser ágil y innovador. Aparte de esto, ¿ha sido fácil involucrar la cooperación a nivel de tan extensa, ¿no? Que estén involucrados en esos programas? Porque al final tienes jefes de business units y entidades muy diferentes que llevan a lo mejor mucho tiempo en sus sectores, sus industrias, a que a lo mejor no todos tienen ese espíritu emprendedor, de cómo tener esas conversaciones y cómo guiar esas pequeñas empresas. No sé, ¿había alguna cierta resistencia o una barrera que tenía que superar para facilitar
buenísima
eso?
pregunta, ¿eh?
Porque no es fácil.
No es fácil. Sí creo que somos una compañía muy ágil, muy flexible, que tiene ese espíritu y esto facilita la integración de un programa de este tipo, sin ninguna duda. Pero es cierto que al final somos muchas personas, ¿no? Y en las personas está la clave y hay de muy diferentes tipologías o con muy diferentes perspectivas. A ver, un elemento fundamental, yo creo que para implementar cualquier tipo de iniciativa de este tipo en una corporación, es que haya un convencimiento desde arriba. Y en este caso, esta es una iniciativa que nace directamente desde el CEO de la compañía. Y esto ya te da una serie de garantías de éxito porque eso va permeando hacia abajo en la organización, ¿no? Nuestro CEO, Miguel Barandiarán, estaba absolutamente convencido de esta iniciativa, así lo transmitió, así lo transmite en el día a día, porque además sigue absolutamente convencido y eso nos ayuda mucho. Y luego hay que trabajar casi persona a persona, ¿no? En esa cultura siempre existe ese síndrome de... En la innovación en general aquí siempre lo hemos hecho así, que yo creo que es la peor enfermedad que puede tener una compañía y que hay que luchar continuamente contra ella. Entonces, bueno, como decía antes, es que creo que este tipo de programa nos aporta mucho, aporta a las empresas a las startups con las que colaboramos. Obviamente nos retorna en esas colaboraciones con talento y con innovación, pero retorna también a trabajar estos aspectos que tú dices de la cultura, ¿no? A permitirnos no acomodarnos, que yo creo que puede ocurrir a veces como organización.
Claro, y hay paciencia también, tiene que ser un elemento crítico, imagino, ¿no? Porque al final es un poco, es una apuesta total, es eso, persistence, ¿no? Y resilience ahí, porque tiene que ser a largo plazo, al final, que son impactos que pueden tardar y son muy punteros en el tiempo a nivel de mercado, pero para que transforme una empresa que queda a la puntera de su sector, son cosas que realmente tardan, ¿no? En dar fruto también, así que long-term planning es crítico aquí. Y Ampro, me encantaría conocer, porque Haití a nosotros nos suena bastante, mucho tiempo y tal, pero no estaba consciente que estabas aquí, justo aquí en esta región, y me encantaría entender, estáis en muchos sitios, cómo vais aterrizando en sitios, geografías o clusters o ecosistemas específicamente, y luego algún caso quizás particularmente de aquí o que está conectado con otro sitio, porque me encanta, hemos nacido y también una de muy colaborativo, muy de comunidad, pero me encanta vuestra perspectiva, es muy experto dentro de la cadena de valor de que hablas, ¿no? De agroalimentaria, en todo su conjunto, y eso es una dinámica diferente que me parece súper relevante y me encantaría pues conocer un poco más, porque aquí y algún caso en que perfiles diferentes han podido conectar, aunque sea académico con industria, industria con una startup, administración pública con una cooperación. ¿Algún caso vuestro aquí justo en este vertical? Me encantaría entender.
Un programa que se llama Bilbao Campus Experience, que cuando lo cuento, en lugar de normalmente a veces tratas de crear expectativas, pues esto cuando lo cuento trato de bajar expectativas, porque hemos hecho 2 ediciones y la primera salió excepcionalmente fantástica en términos de resultados. Entonces digo, bueno, la segunda vamos a ver si hacemos 2 en esa, con los mismos resultados, ya es tendencia, ¿no? Por dar un poco de contexto, en EITFUD tenemos un número de programas de apoyo a emprendedores muy grande a lo largo de toda la vida de la startup, desde Venture Building hasta las Scale-Ups y distintos servicios. Entonces, bueno, al final lo que pasa con las startups en muchos casos es, pues una startup italiana se acelera, hace un programa de aceleración en Finlandia y a lo mejor su mercado es otro continente, ¿no? Y bueno, van haciendo estos infinitos un poco programas de aceleración con un contenido muy de corte, muy de clase, ¿no? Muy todos los contenidos para los mismos. Y los mismos contenidos para todos. Y, por supuesto, venían las de nuestros programas, pues venían 2 o 3 veces aquí a Bilbao, pues a hacer una semana de los programas de aceleración y de incubación. Y desde BEAS nos lanzaron el reto de, bueno, pero ¿y si se quedan? ¿Y si intentáis que se queden aquí, no? Entonces, bueno, pensamos y lo que hicimos es un programa muy contextualizado. Entonces, ECAI lo ponía allí en el logo de la aceleración, pero nosotros no lo llamamos un programa de aceleración, porque es un programa de ecosistema. Es para conocer, para que un emprendedor que ni siquiera ha constituido o una startup ya constituida puedan explorar el ecosistema del País Vasco. Y el viaje es muy individualizado, porque prácticamente no tienen clases. Cada startup tiene su subsector, pertenece a un subsector distinto dentro de AgriFood y tiene sus necesidades. Algunas que no se han ni siquiera creado, pues lo que necesitan es un entorno tecnológico que les ayude a seguir desarrollando tecnológicamente, científicamente, sus soluciones y a testearlas en un contexto más científico-tecnológico. Otros lo que necesitan es encontrar dónde instalarse que tengan realmente acceso a los proveedores o que necesiten capacidad de industrialización, capacidad de producción. Entonces, lo que hacemos es revisar, cada año vienen 10, hoy no están aquí porque están en una de las visitas y mañana se cierra, así que mañana tendremos el cierre del programa. Lo que hacemos es analizar una a una las necesidades que tienen en ese momento, las aceptamos y creemos que pueden encontrar valor añadido en este ecosistema, como en cualquier ángulo de los que mencionaba, y las ayudamos a llegar a esos agentes que les pueden ayudar, pues tanto inversores como capacidad de producción, capacidad de aprovisionamiento de materias primas, etcétera, ¿no? Entonces, es muy contextualizado y están un mes aquí. El año pasado trajimos 10 y este año otras 10. Del año pasado se quedaron 6 en el País Vasco. Por eso digo que, a ver, bajando expectativas, ¿verdad? Se quedaron 6, 3 de ellas constituyeron por primera vez su empresa aquí y 3 de ellas constituyeron una filial. Entonces, por dar algún ejemplo, de las del año pasado, pues tenemos una empresa serbia que desarrolla soluciones para el sector vitivinícola. Pues obviamente aquí es un buen sitio para estar, ¿no? Y además estar en la marca de un país que es productor de vinos, que tiene tantas denominaciones de origen, pues es una puerta al mercado muy amplia. Entonces, ellos se acaban de instalar aquí. Es de la cohorte del año pasado. Este año tenemos una startup que desarrolla colágeno a partir de desperdicios de pescado. Y aquí hay mucha transformación de pescado. Entonces, cada una necesita una serie de elementos que le ayudan a crecer y es lo que trabajamos con ellas. Y luego, con la ayuda de BEAS, pues ese punto final, porque sobre todo para las startups que no están constituidas, ¿no? Para los emprendedores que no han constituido, este es un salto difícil, ¿no? Que a veces no saben cuándo es el momento de darlo, lo postergan, porque si no hay nada, pues ¿para qué? Entonces, en ese empujón final para constituir la empresa o trasladarla, desde la parte de BEAS, pues obviamente, y de Seed Capital, pues trabajamos mucho. Y entonces, bueno, pues el año pasado, como decía, hemos tenido muy buenos resultados y este año, que acaba mañana, hay unas cuantas que ya están preguntando mucho, ¿verdad? Está por allí José Mari, que las conoce bien, pues algunas ya estarán también.
No, maravilloso, no, son casos muy interesantes porque son tan especializados y está un poco reflejando lo que estamos viendo nosotros dentro del mercado mientras vayamos todos madurando, ¿no? Evolucionando dentro del ecosistema emprendedor. todo está viendo a un nivel de especialización brutal, ¿no? Y justo dentro de los challenges que sean tan específico que una tecnología o una startup puede responder con una solución tan customizado y tal que tenga sentido, que ya acelera un poco todo el proceso. Es justo lo que estamos viviendo un poco en South Summit. Nos encanta trasladar, bueno, justo al revés también, cogiendo el IP que tenemos en South Summit Industry Energy Bilbao, implementándolo dentro de South Summit, tanto en Madrid como en Brasil, porque son tan a otra escala, esa experiencia de expertise verticalizado es crítico y que cada uno, da igual que sea una startup justo arrancando, una scale-up realmente internacionalizando y todo entre medio, que se puede buscar ese camino suyo muy especializado dentro de lo que es el escaparate grande y amplio de South Summit en Madrid y Brasil y hasta en Corea también, porque eso es crítico, ¿no? Y nosotros vemos gran valor, por supuesto, en juntar toda la industria en pocos días en un sitio, pero tiene que tener ese camino muy especializado, porque si no, no va para poder triunfar con sus objetivos de negocio muy específicos que cada uno tiene, ¿no? Y justo ahí, hola, es que se están haciendo el trabajo.
Ya.
Entonces, que no estoy llegando.
Va a ser súper fácil cerrarlo, porque va a ser un círculo.
Total, por favor, porque te están haciendo el trabajo que me parece que es lo mejor, ¿no? Que al final que el mercado habla por ti y aquí estás facilitando el proceso, ¿no? Porque veas realmente el lubricante dentro de la maquinaria está marchando y es cada vez más acelerar y ampliar. Entonces, a vosotros, ¿qué es lo que os queda? O ya de un ecosistema maduro para ir a más allá para vosotros, que sería gran éxito en los próximos años, ¿no? A medio plazo, largo plazo, ¿en qué estáis contemplando? Y para tapar esto o envoltarlo dentro de cuáles son las métricas de éxito para vosotros, ¿no? ¿Cómo lo estáis midiendo? ¿Qué es un poco vuestra visión futuro para ir acabando?
Bueno, nosotros la siguiente evolución sería, evidentemente, subir en métricas. Es decir, comentaba que hay que rebajar las expectativas, pero obviamente no queremos rebajar las expectativas. Entonces, habría mi intervención diciendo que el porqué de BEAS en esta mesa redonda es porque somos la gente que intenta crear esas condiciones para que corporaciones del territorio se decidan a colaborar con startups, porque esas corporaciones, mediante esa colaboración, aceleran su innovación, pero también traccionan a las propias startups. A la vez nos sirve para atraer startups desde fuera. Los programas de aceleración que sucedan aquí, y no en Madrid o en Barcelona, que sí, que pueden suceder, que Madrid y Barcelona son mercados muy importantes, pero en Bilbao tiene que pasar mucho. Y para eso también, bueno, pues ese acuerdo con EIT Food para que ese Campus Bilbao EIT Food suceda aquí. Igual que con EIT Food estamos colaborando con otras aceleradoras. Woza Labs es el resultado de esa atracción. ¿Qué vamos a hacer o cómo vamos a avanzar? Obviamente, siguiendo, complementando ese escenario 360. Nosotros tenemos que evolucionar fiscalidad, toda la parte de nuevas subvenciones. En el caso del programa Bicuo, ha recibido también apoyo por parte de Diputación Foral de Vizcaya a las grandes corporaciones para que se decidan a interactuar en esta trayectoria de la innovación abierta con startups. Pueden tener el apoyo de Diputación Foral de Vizcaya, primero para definir su estrategia y segundo para poner en marcha programas específicos de colaboración con startups. Es otra forma de generar ese entorno. A futuro, programas, lo ha dicho mi compañero Ekain en su intervención, pero programas de aceleración también son nuestro foco. Nosotros lo que queremos es que pase mucho y bien en Vizcaya. Y eso pasa por tener corporaciones activas, startups que deciden que Vizcaya es un territorio acorde que les va a ayudar a crecer. A la vez tengamos inversores. Mi compañero Ekain lo decía en la presentación, la fiscalidad está cambiando mucho en Vizcaya. Hay muchos beneficios fiscales para fondos que invierten en startups en Vizcaya, pero también para la atracción de talento. Y vamos a seguir trabajando con esos programas de aceleración.
Que al final sois facilitador, pero acabando un experto total en el cómo de esto, ¿no? Porque lleváis muchísimo recorrido y podéis apoyar todo tipo de stakeholder, ¿no? Que al final no es exclusivamente para las startups, es realmente fomentando de todas las perspectivas, que me parece maravilloso. Otra cosa que me parece muy único de aquí, de Bilbao y Vizcaya, que me encanta, hemos trabajado con muchas agencias por todo el mundo en diferentes modos y a menudo, a veces lo que pasa que podría ser en tipos fiscales, que podría ser alguna conexión y facilitación de aterrizaje, etcétera, pero a menudo hay algo en to be compromised, ¿no? Es que, bueno, vente aquí, tienes una ventaja fiscal y te conecto con mercado, pero a lo mejor no estás compitiendo con los más importantes a nivel de tu mercado, tu sector o las industrias, y aquí esto no pasa, porque hay unos verticales tan desarrollados que tú vienes aquí, una calidad de vida, bueno, espectacular, cultural, gastronomía, lo que hay, increíble, pero además sí, vas a continuar compitiendo a nivel internacional, global, en lo más puntero. Y eso para mí es lo que me explota la cabeza un poco, ¿no? Que se puede combinar esas cosas y no hay compromise. En ese sentido, justo aquí, ¿no? Yo creo que eso es un mensaje importante y también bastante único vuestro que se puede hacer y me parece lo que hace muy, muy, muy atractivo, la verdad, para los que vienen de fuera.
Yo creo que lo hacemos de forma egoísta.
Bueno.
Porque al final intentamos atraer basándonos en un interés estratégico. Obviamente, Dominion intentará identificar startups que puedan entrar en su cadena de valor o que puedan incorporar su conocimiento. EIT Food, comentaba Amparo, de las 6 que se han quedado, ha puesto 2 ejemplos, pero ¿por qué se han quedado? Porque hay una industria a la que pueden dar servicio. No se queda cualquiera. Tampoco buscamos que se quede cualquiera. Lo que buscamos con toda esta estrategia es fortalecer las cadenas de valor, que son las históricas nuestras, pero que obviamente tienen que evolucionar.
Genial.
Me gustaría añadir una cosa a lo que comentaba Olach, ¿no? Yo creo que aquí, y hablando de colaboración, cada uno tenemos que jugar nuestro papel, ¿no? Y yo creo que es claro que la Administración o las instituciones lo juegan, que hay otra serie de entidades que también, etcétera, pero desde mi punto de vista de corporación o de empresa, creo que la empresa privada también tiene que jugar su papel. Y ahí sí que me gustaría como trasladar la idea o la reflexión para otras corporaciones de que cada uno tiene que encontrar su modelo, de qué forma. Nosotros hemos encontrado el nuestro, es Bicuo, me parece que es un modelo trasladable, ¿no? Que es transversal, que podría implantarse por otras compañías del entorno, porque, y 2 reflexiones hay. Hay los medios, hay el ecosistema, creo que tenemos un ecosistema privilegiado. Nosotros hemos recibido ayuda de BEAS para esa conceptualización y para esa ejecución, y luego para las startups que salen, ¿no? De este programa. Y es eso, ¿no? Es poner como tu grano de arena, porque uniendo también una cosa que ha dicho, esto no va solamente de que tú, Dominion o otras tantas, hagan algo, sino que haya un ecosistema en el que yo quizá traeré a las que me interesen para mi estrategia, pero otra corporación a las que me interesen para su estrategia y tal, y así al final creas una red y creas un ecosistema muchísimo más rico, donde hay cadena de valor, donde hay proveedores, donde hay tal, y eso es lo que creo que no hace que eso sea luego mantenible en el tiempo. Entonces, bueno, un poco apuntando o reforzando lo que...
No, genial, y al final todos benefician, ¿no? De las actividades de cada uno.
De la que hablábamos.
Efectivamente, y ahí colaborando tanto que ahí sí lo tengo que cortar porque estamos ya corriendo hacia las próximas sesiones, así que muchísimas gracias por estar con nosotros, un gran aplauso para nuestros ponentes. Gracias. Folks, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm going to be in huge trouble with my own team, breaking my own rules, so we are out of time. I would like to invite you, please join us for our building sessions. They're kicking off in the back workrooms. If you go through the atrium, grab a coffee on your way and go straight to the building sessions. I will be running our building session on energy transition. And back here at 3 o'clock after lunch. Thanks, folks.
Are we? Yes, hello, good afternoon, welcome everybody, welcome back. Please take your seats. We are starting. Feel free to come in the back door. Please take your seats. Sorry, I'm being rude, it's not for you, it's for people outside. Join us. We are kicking off on the main stage. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you had a nice lunch. I hope you had some nice networking. I hope you enjoyed the building sessions. This is a format that I love. I love it. Honestly, it's kind of Chris's brainchild. He's our in-house design thinker, which is amazing to have on site. And so he gave us the confidence to dive in and do our building sessions. And it is a format we have to take to Madrid. We need to find the space. And most of you have probably been sets out of Madrid. If not, you're of course invited. In June, we're in a super nice space called La Nave, which is an old refurbished factory from the Thyssen family. There was the Thyssen elevators, and now it's an entrepreneurial hub in Madrid and home of South Summit for those 3 days in June. But we are busting at the seams. It's a bit small for us, so we have to get really creative on how we use that space, but we have to find a way to bring the building sessions to Madrid. So welcome back. We have a jam-packed afternoon, but it's short, right? It's a short evening, it's dense, and it's exciting, and we hope you're going to enjoy it. We have a bunch of cutting-edge fireside chats kicking off the afternoon, and then we're diving into 2 different blocks of the startup presentations, which you're really not going to want to miss over the 2 days. We have 25 companies coming in from 12 different countries at all different stages of development with hardcore technology solutions, really responding to a lot of the challenges that we've been looking at all morning in the spaces of energy, mobility, and of course, Industry 4.0. And keeping along that vein, we're now going to come back and take a step back and look, I suppose, at what success can look like, you know, innovating in these industries. Cabify, of course, is no stranger to this audience and this ecosystem. An amazing success story born out of Madrid and scaled globally over the years. Are you guys 10, 15 years old at this point, maybe? Wow, nearly 15. Almost like ourselves, nearly Madrid. In June will be our 15th edition of South Summit Madrid. So it has been such a privilege actually to grow and mature with the ecosystem and watch a lot of what were tiny companies with big plans, you know, come through and actually break through the mold. And of course, Cabify is an amazing example of that. So please give a big, warm South Summit welcome to our very own Christopher Locke, who's Global Head of Content at South Summit, and Vicente Pascual, co-founder and VP of Logistics at Cabify. Woo!
Thank you, Liz. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here in Bilbao again with South Summit, but this time on stage. Bilbao is a region that has always been ahead of the curve when it comes to industry, energy, and mobility. And these 2 days are all about looking at the present, but also about imagining the cities we want to live in the future. And when we talk about transforming cities, making them greener, making them more accessible, and making them more human, few stories represent that ambition as clearly as Cabify. And today I have the pleasure of sitting with Vicente Pascual, co-founder of Cabify. He helped build one of the most iconic companies in Spain, and we were just talking about this earlier. They also came through our startup competition at South Summit. And what I admire most about his story is how he built a mobility company that wasn't just created to move people. It was built to make cities better places to live. So today, we're going to dive into a bit of his founder journey, his role, the role of having a clear purpose from the very beginning in scaling, in what it takes to actually go global, and we'll dive into the next decade of mobility and what it might look like. So, Vicente, thank you for being here, and if you want, let's start from the beginning. If you could tell us a bit of, for those of us, there's lots of international people here too, how did this all begin? What's your story, your origin story?
Okay, well, first of all, thank you for inviting me today. I'm from Bilbao, so I'm playing home. I'm very happy to be here today. Regarding my founder, or our founder's journey, how did this all start? In 2011, I was a consultant, and I had the idea in my mind of starting a company. I was all the time thinking about, well, new ideas, what kind of business could thrive, what could I do. And then, out of the blue, Juan, who had been in Europe, working for an electrical motorbike company, he came back to Spain. He was in France at that point. He came back to Spain, and he met with me, and he told me, we need to revolutionize the taxi industry. Are you in? And I said, okay, that sounds good. Please tell me a little bit more. And that's where it all started. And what was the idea? The idea at the moment was to provide a more convenient, more accessible way of people moving from one place to the other, just by using the amazing technology that we had at that time. That was the phone. Yeah. I mean, that was 14 years ago, 15 years ago. In some of the countries we went, there was 2G technology, so it was cutting-edge technology. But very soon, we decided that the concept was not to move people more accessible or more easily, but to make the cities better places to live. That's where we put our focus on. That's the problem. We thought that's not going to change in the coming future. This is going to be a problem for the next 10, 20 years. People want better cities to live in, and we can change that through technology applied to mobility. And the way we thought we could start with that was through ride-hailing, but from there we have moved on to other spaces like logistics, like free-flow, asset hiring, etc.
You mentioned, and we were just talking about this, 15 years ago. 15 years ago, if we think back, I don't know what kind of iPhone we had, if it was iPhone 1 or something at the time.
iPhone 3.
Technology was clearly not where it is today. How did you see that evolve also from the beginning? Because I can imagine also building 15 years ago Cabify from the beginning towards what it is today.
Things have changed a lot. I mean, technology has changed, so also the ecosystem here in Spain and in Europe has changed a lot. When we started, I think that finding capital funding, it was a huge barrier. There was very little venture capital funds in Europe, much less in Spain. It was very difficult to find people who could believe that from Spain you could go globally, and that was a huge hurdle for us. And at the same time, technology was very rudimentary, and I think that was something which was good for us because we didn't have the capital, and we could do a lot of things with very rudimentary technology. And right now, perhaps if you don't have the capital or you don't have the ability to scale very fast, you're going to find yourself in trouble. So things have changed a lot, and I think that we have managed to ride the wave during all these years.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting also, we talk about purpose. Purpose guided you during the early days, and technology was definitely key to doing this. Is there any moment in maybe the early days that you also remember as a tough moment, a pivot, or something that was critical? Maybe it was choosing a decision or choosing a team.
I would say that one of the critical moments for us, and something that was a leap of faith, was we very soon acknowledged that either we go global or we disappear. That this was going to be a business based on technology and the usage of data and creating a real marketplace that can create a market for users and drivers. And we thought if we only make this in Spain, we can create a business that's going to work for 3, 4, 5 years, and then we're going to be eaten up by someone else. So we decided to go to Latin America from the very beginning, 1 year after we were founded in Madrid. And that was very crazy, and always took us to the brink of bankruptcy because we didn't have so many resources to open 3 different countries. But with hindsight, it was the correct thing to do. I mean, we had to do that, and even if we took the risk of losing everything very fast, if we didn't haven't done that, we would have lost everything.
And what year did you guys decide to go to? I mean,
we went to Chile, we went to Peru and Mexico. We went to Colombia in 2014. And basically, we went to these countries because we knew people there. We were very small at that time, so we need someone we could really trust into pushing the business with the same focus and with the same commitment that we had. So finding the right people was very important, and we had contacts in all those markets. And in addition, of course, we took a look at was the regulation more open to this kind of business and where we can add more value. And we found that, Peru was very open to this kind of business. Chile was too. Mexico perhaps wasn't that open, but we could add a lot of value to the market there.
And it's, so by the way, we're going to have 5 minutes at the end of our session for a Q&A. So if you have any question, keep it in mind and we'll pass a mic so you guys can ask as well. But going back to your expansion, your global expansion to Latin America and scaling from Spain, I can imagine there were probably a lot of differences in terms of the industry, cities. We talk about transforming cities, the needs that these cities had with what you've seen or what you guys had experienced here in Spain versus even in Argentina or Chile are totally different in the way they operate. How did you guys navigate that?
Well, we very soon found out that our main differentiator for the business in Latin America was safety. I mean, the difference between the mobility industry in Latin America and Spain, the most important one was safety. And people was willing to sacrifice certain parts of the convenience for more safety. So that's where we focused on, and we were very strict, we still are very strict on the way we signed up for our drivers. We did a lot of checks on them, a lot of exams, a lot of cross-referencing. So we were really, really sure that ours was the most safest option.
And you also, from our conversation just a few minutes ago, you also were in charge of a lot of these operations at that time at Cabify, right?
Yeah, actually we merged with Easy Taxi, but at the time was the biggest taxi company in Latin America, taxi app in Latin America. That's curious because here in Spain we have always this competition, absurd competition between the taxi and ride-hailing, which is non-existent. I mean, we have always worked with taxis, and since we merged with Easy Taxi, in some of the countries we operate, most of the business comes from taxi. I mean, in Colombia, it's like 80% of the business we do comes from taxi, and that's something that we have always pushed for. I mean, taxi or VTC or ride-hailing license, it's just a name. What we must provide, it's flexible alternative for the people, and not only taxi, whatever, bikes, motorbikes, public transportation, right away. That's the real enemy here. It's the private vehicle, and I won't say enemy. That's a little tough word to use.
Competitors.
But that's the challenge. If we want better places to live, I think that taking away all the vehicles that are on the streets are a very good way to improve the cities. Right now, like 2/3 of the urban space is occupied by cars. Most of them are private cars.
Driven by what, one person?
Driven by one person, and which are like 95% of the time they are parked.
Yeah.
And that also uses space. So just, I mean, not eliminating that, because that's not going to happen. I mean, there's a need, and they are practical, but just reducing the number that we have on the streets would have an incredible impact on how we live in the cities.
And you said competition, and something interesting, so I grew up in Argentina, I lived there for plus 20 years, and without knowing Cabify's origin story, when Uber and Cabify started coming, I saw both of them as these two giants, but I know in reality, Cabify, when you guys were growing to these American companies, these global giants that had different levels of funding. How did you guys navigate that? How did you guys scale and sort of, because there's countries where you guys are the leaders as well in mobility.
I would say that the most important thing to do here is to have very, very clear and sharp focus, and understand very, very clearly what you have to do and what you don't have to do. I mean, we have most of these decisions that we have taken over the years, they are not seen by anybody, because the decision was to say, no, we are not going to do this, because otherwise we are going to lose focus on our main business, and we are not going to be able to be as fast and as nimble as we need to be in order to compete against Didi, Uber, etc.
Amazing. And we were talking about this earlier as well. What's next for all these cities? Are you guys exploring new destinations or consolidating what you guys already have?
Well, I think that all the macro trends that we have everywhere point to an increase in the number of journeys that are not going to be done on a private vehicle, and that goes into public transportation, into bikes, into motorbikes, and also into for hire taxis or VTCs. So we see a lot of growth coming from in all the markets where we are currently operating, and we also see, so we want to grow in all the markets where we are, and even in more mid-sized, smaller cities in the countries where we are operating. And we also see, and everyone sees, the advent of the autonomous vehicle, which is a reality already. I mean, this is, I think I came here, well, to the BIT, not to the South Summit, a year and a half ago, and the thing was, 10 years ago, everyone thought that the autonomous vehicle was going to be impossible, and other technologies were going to be much more easily built, and a year and a half after, we have come to that the autonomous vehicle. It's already a reality. It's working, and it's here to, well, to grow. No, not only to stay, but to grow and take into the markets. But what we see with the autonomous vehicle, it's that there has been a lot of conversation on the technology itself, on the vehicles. Are we going to be able to create an autonomous vehicle, and how is it going to work? And we should move the conversation, now that the technology is a reality, we should move the conversation on what are we going to use the autonomous vehicle for? I mean, if we just change the private vehicles that we have on the street for autonomous vehicles, then the problems that we have to have better cities are going to remain. So what we need to think is, how do we change the model of the city? And I think that's where we are right now in Cabify. We are talking with everyone in the industry, and well, with the public side of the people who are going to make the regulations, so we can, well, be part of this creation of a new city model. I think we need everyone that needs to take a step back and start to define very, very fast, because the technology is here and it's going to come, well, either we want it or not. Very, very fast, we need to take a thought and say, okay, what do we want our cities to be in 5 or 10 years by using this technology? And
I think that's also what knowing your story, that's what makes Cabify different. Your purpose remains clear, even though technology is evolving and things are moving faster than ever, and we're seeing this across industries. We're seeing it in conversations today.
Absolutely, and I think that one of the things that has helped us during our stories to focus on what it doesn't change, and what it doesn't change is this need.
Yeah.
What it doesn't change is, okay, how do we help the cities? Technology has been changing for 15 years, and now we have AI, and we have autonomous vehicles, and we have to use those technologies, of course, and we need to build upon those technologies, but the technologies are here to help us solve challenges, and that's the important part.
Absolutely, and if you think of the next 10 years, especially for Cabify, but the mobility industry as a whole, what do you see, or what would you feel is like the biggest opportunity for the industry as well as for Cabify in mobility? What do you envision beyond autonomous and intelligent vehicles?
I think the biggest opportunity is not for Cabify or for mobility. I think the biggest opportunity is for cities. I think we need to make mobility within the cities easy, flexible, and accessible for everyone. And we have the technology. I mean, we can really solve mobility for people in the cities, but we need the cities to lead in this effort too. And we cannot have, I don't know, 10,000 different cities, each with its own voice. We need to find a way, for national governments and supranational governments to help us help the cities. And I think if we don't do that, we are going to be better off in 5 and 10 years, because the technology is going to make us better off. But we are still going to be talking about the challenges that we could really solve with the technology that's coming in right now.
Absolutely. We have a few minutes left. Before we jump into any questions, if you could leave founders, there's a lot of startup founders here that are in earlier stages, clearly than you. You guys are a unicorn company. Is there any special tip or suggestion, someone that would be starting their company now, that you would give them, someone that's in mobility? What advice would you share?
I don't know. I would say that one size doesn't fit all. I mean, there's a lot of advice that goes on the way of, no, think big, go ahead, take risk, go global. I don't know. Just think about what you're going to solve, think what you plan to be in the next 5 years, and just execute accordingly. And don't get too hyped up in this startup myth that something sometimes is created on this.
Absolutely. Do we have any questions? Is there any hands? Anyone that would like to ask Vicente a question? Anyone? Don't be shy. No? Then I have a question.
Okay.
What's the most underestimated skills you would say founders need? Because I understand Cabify, you guys were a total of 5 co-founders, each with different backgrounds, one more marketing, one. What would you say is like the most underestimated skill that a founder would need to build a mobility business?
I think one of the skills that any founder needs to have, and if you're in a founding team that doesn't have disabilities, you need to find someone who can do it, is to be an extremely good salesman and promoter of yourself and the company. I mean, one of the things that you are doing constantly, it's not only the business, that's perhaps a third of the time, but the rest of the time you have to be dealing, getting funds, getting people to jump onto your company from other jobs, probably higher paying jobs, more safe jobs. And you need to be selling the idea constantly. And if you're not the one who can do that, you're a builder and not the seller, you need to find someone who can do that for you.
And your experience, was this a skill that you already had from previous experience or that you built up with Cabify?
I think we built that. We were builders, we were not really sellers, but we found out that we need to do that in order to survive. So.
And final question. If you were starting Cabify today, again, 15 years back, you're talking to Vicente, 15 years younger, what would you do differently, or what would you advise him in your Cabify journey to do differently, now that you're talking about?
I would say to have even more focus. More focus. I think that you have to say no much more times. Much more times, yes. Because you think that you can build anything. Okay, we have done this, we can, of course, we can do financing module, we can go into this other country where we can
it's easy to get stuck
into, you think that you can really do that. And now with AI tools, people are going to think that they can do anything, but you have to focus, you have to say, okay, this I do, and I do excellently, and these other things I'm not going to do.
And something that you mentioned at the beginning of our chat, you were talking about the role of technology and how it helped you guys at the beginning differentiate yourself and how it took a lot of effort to do that. But today we're living a time where things are going the other way, where the time to market, the time to test a new MVP has never been shorter, where AI lets you. Are you guys implementing strategies within to try new business models, new products?
Yes, we are, and we know that we need to move fast. We have a lot of physicality in our business, so we have some kind of protection for that, but we need to move fast because a lot of companies are starting out there that they are AI first. And that's working. I mean, if you don't switch gears very fast, they are going to be the leaders in 3-5 years because they have that into their ADN. I mean, it's really working, and we already see competitors doing crazy stuff from scratch. So we are very fastly implementing these kinds of tools, and we are taking it very seriously to have all the organization thinking AI first.
Absolutely. I think we're out of time, Vicente. It was a pleasure hearing about your journey, learning about what Cabify is doing and what the next 10 years might look like. So thank you so much, and please give him a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vicente.
Thank you.
Amazing. Thanks, guys. Awesome. It never gets old to hear about the journey, and it's interesting to see that the technology and market opportunities keep consolidating, right? There's more and more opportunities there, and I guess that's the nature of the game in the world of innovation and technology. Things are constantly changing and evolving, creating new opportunities in different market verticals for the different types of solutions that are available. And on that track, we're going to dive into a little bit deeper insight in a specific technological area in our next conversation. Again, we're looking at a scale-up company that is doing super interesting things in the world of data. So data like AI is super transversal. We're talking about AI and the impact it can have on all these different industries over and over again, but AI is nothing without the data, you know, that it's operating on, I guess. No, it's rubbish in, rubbish out to some extent, and this company is making sure that, I suppose, access, availability, and usability of the data that they're using in their predictive solutions is really core of how they're seeing the transformation of a lot of these industries. And again, this is so transversal. It'll be exciting to see how this is applied to all three industry sectors we are looking at through energy transition, mobility, and of course, Industry 4.0. So to facilitate our next conversation, please join to the stage Joe Haslam, a household name within the South Summit family. Joe, thank you for being here with us and facilitating a conversation with Jose Fernandez Diaz, CEO at Monam. Woo! Yay, 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 yay! Thanks for being here, guys.
Sure.
The floor is
Okay,
yours.
Jose.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Liz, for the introduction, and it's great to be here with Jose. And you are supposed to be Spain's biggest secrets. You're supposed to be these kind of like pymes companies that are out there doing interesting things that are never on the newspapers or anything like that, but that you're the future of Spain. So how do you feel about that?
Well, thank you, Joe, for hosting this chat, and everyone for coming. Well, we have been in the market for long, for 53 years now, our mother company, because we are more a entrepreneurship company. So we have been for 53 years serving industrial customers and power customers, power generation customers. And yeah, there's a lot of knowledge there.
Yeah.
We were for 33 years, for instance, doing predictive maintenance. Now this became a hype in the last 10 years. But no one knew what was predictive maintenance before. I always say that we are like doctors of machinery. The thing is that there are probably, I don't know, 100,000 or 200,000 doctors in Spain.
Yeah.
So asset machinery doctors, maybe 500, 800. And we were doing that, predictive maintenance and condition monitoring and reliability for many years. We are kind of the school of predictive maintenance in Spain, so some customers still our doctors.
But you know the story, Jose, about the famous Mexican fisherman who had all the boats, and he met an American executive, and he said to him, well, you know, instead of having one boat, why don't you have 20 boats and then have 100 boats? So, you know, 53 years, why doesn't someone say to you, like, become 1,000 people and become a public company and all of that kind of stuff, you know, and that there's no reason why, you know, when the company was started, things were complicated, you know, there was no emails and things like that, but that, you know, that it's, while everything you've done is great, that, you know, Spain needs to kind of create more companies that scale up. I mean, I am biased. I've spent like 16 years of my life researching these companies, and you know, Spain can have the best football teams in the world, the best restaurants in the world, so why can't it have the best Industry 4.0 companies in the world?
I think that I saw an interview from you that you were mentioning that engineering in Spain is really exceptional. And sometimes I think we forget about that we have great engineers, so we solve problems, right? So we have a good DNA for doing this kind of solutions. Sometimes we forget. I was talking about these predictive maintenance engineers. You were talking about scaling, doing more. I always say the same. We can do the same job with less people, or with 40 people. 40 predictive maintenance engineers do 40 times, 40-fold what we do. And we are doing this with this solution. We have cannibalized our service.
Yeah, I mean, you've started a new division both on AI and I mean, talk about that. I mean, how big do you think it can get, you know? I mean, you'll have to forgive me because my nature is always to talk about bigger and better. And yet, you know, my courses are always how to 10x things, you know? And it's funny how a lot of people who have 10x, I mean, we just had Cabify on the stage, you know, I mean, Juan Antonio didn't kind of go, I want to have a small, you know, I want to have a small, he said, I want to be everywhere, I want to be a unicorn, I want to be in everything. And he hears about autonomous driving and he says, we'll solve that problem as well. And, you know, that, I mean, that's the challenge, you know, I mean, as I always say, to whom much is given, much is expected, you know, which is, and that's the thing. So while it's great that you have this company and it's great that you have these sales, you know, that you are in a better position to be bigger than someone who's starting.
We think so. We feel fortunate because of being where we were before. But he also mentioned that it's very important, the focus. So basically what we see is that the industrial processes, because we were mainly with asset-intensive uses, industries, it's a broken process, the industrial manufacturing and maintenance process. There are production people working on their SCADA, with their data, not talking basically to, well, talking to maintenance people, but not taking advantage of all the data and AI. And this starts with the predictive maintenance. So if you have a good solution for predictive maintenance, you know when your assets are going to fail. Your maintenance will be more cost effective. You can achieve 30% cost reductions in maintenance. Yeah. And later on, improve your production in 10%. So, and this is a broken process. This is made through Excel or talking or with notes.
Yeah.
It's
of course,
amazing.
you know, Elon Musk always says that the first reaction, not that I know him, or although I have met him once, but it's funny, I shouldn't tell Elon Musk's story, but he asked me to hold his leather jacket. But anyway, that's another whole thing. But what's interesting is he says whenever he finds a broken process, his reaction is not to fix the process, but to find out why the process existed in the first place. You know, so it's a sort of an interesting attitude, and you know, one of the things about you know, AI and Industry 4.0 is that, you know, which is to say that you can, it takes down the execution risk. You know, that was always the thing that we had a problem with, like, how are we going to do this? And that you have to have, like, rather than just make an existing job easier, you have to almost, like, define the problem in a wider kind of a way. I mean, are these the kind of way you're approaching? I mean, I guess it's all, you know, customer driven, right? I mean, ultimately your job is to, you know, what the customers tell you, and your focus is, I make my customers happy, my customer is successful. But there becomes a point, and they call them paradigm shifts, is used to be professorial, whereby solving the customer's problem is not enough. And that the customer wants more. I mean, do you feel that pressure now, or do you think, no, we know our lane, you know, we know our area, and we solve our customer's problem?
I think we have validated a lot of our value proposition with existing customers. Sometimes the industry, what we see, there are different approaches to solving Industry 4.0. The problem is that most of them don't work.
Okay.
So probably over 90% of enterprise industrial and energy companies, I'm talking about some use cases, okay? More related to the ones we have spoken. They have tried many things, and they either solve partially, or they usually don't fix the whole process that we were...
No, I mean, actually, that is a very good point to make. And you're absolutely right to make it. I mean, there was a paper in MIT brought out a paper that said 95% of AI projects didn't bring any value.
Yeah.
You know, and it was much discussed because it's you know, everyone, you know, I have a lot of sympathy for entrepreneurs in general, that you have to live this dialectic of everyone saying you have to be better, but you know, and the future, but you also have the day-to-day, right? And you know that a customer has a problem. And it was what we discussed in our workshop. We had someone from an IBEX 35 company, and he said, my problem, he said, when people ask me about the future, he said, is I have the today, and I have my problems that I need to fix for my customer. And he found that great difficulty. So it is good that you mentioned that a lot of people who are out there selling solutions to you know, there are solutions that don't work, you know. So what do you know, so I think it's good that you mentioned that. And I mean, what, like, so it's almost, some companies literally have to create two divisions. You know, they have to create, like, somebody works, it's quite difficult now. I know that some startups who have spent 5 years creating a platform, but they know that they now need to have another, and they've literally split the company in two. So one person continues with the existing organization, the existing design, and the other person goes and creates a new one. I mean, is that those, are those the conversations you're having internally?
Well, mostly we are having them with customers because the most evolved digitally speaking customers in the industry, they have tested and tried many solutions.
Mm-hmm.
So their maturity is growing. They know better what they want.
Mm-hmm.
But, well, still is the challenge of really implementing something that works, right?
Yeah.
And don't take me wrong, I have a lot of admiration for, I'm a mechanical engineer myself. It's very difficult to work in an industrial company, an energy company, and being the sponsor and the promoter of digitization inside the company. That's really tough. I think the toughest job of all, because internally there are a lot of different obstacles to overcome.
Now, for instance, I mean, you know, one of the things, do you go out for talent? You know, I always like to tell a story of somebody from a large American company came to me and said, "You're a professor in Ivy Business School." I said, "That's true." And he had an envelope with $1,000 in it, right? And he sort of pushed it across the table and he said, "I want the names of the top 10 people in your class." Which is when, of course, what I said to him was, "You can just ring the careers office and they'll tell you that. You don't have to give me $1,000. And anyway, if you're going to bribe me, it'd have to be much more than $1,000. But anyway, what's interesting, I love the way the tone in the room shifts when you tell stories about money. You know, always speak about what, if you want to capture people's attention, you know, whether in business, start putting numbers on the table and everyone focuses. But, you know, that's always an interest, that how do you, like if I said to you, you know, our best students and I go to the obvious places. They go to Amazon, they go to all these places. If I said to you, you know, there's a guy who, they don't want to work for Amazon and make Jeff Bezos even more richer. They want to work for a 50-year-old Spanish company, you know, stable, you know, real customers, real problems, real solutions. Are you interested in those profiles, or how do you handle the whole question of talent?
Well, we have been always supplying high-end technology, so we're pioneering in introducing technology in Spain and Portugal. So that's attractive to many engineers that want to work.
Yeah, but tell me, like, you have to do something clever. You know, how do you attract these people? How do they know about you? You know, once I started to read about you, I started to get interested in it. But nobody has ever mentioned you in my classes. Nobody has ever, you know, I read about you in El Economista and things like that. But, you know, that's always the difficulty, like, which is to say that Spain is not the country it was 53 years ago, you know, and you have to think in terms of, I mean, there are a lot of companies who literally attract people from other countries. You know, I mean, we must talk about talent, Jose. We can't not talk about talent.
We are a technology-led company, so we are very innovative in the use of AI, agents specializing for industrial roles. Mm-hmm. So we have maintenance manager, virtual agents. We work with the latest technology and introduce it in the product. So for IT technical people, this is sugar. This is great, and the people are really good, and the way of working. So we also combine that with going to specialized talent organizations or agencies that are training people, special talent for IT. I think 2 weeks ago, we went to one of these places. There were 45 IT very skilled people. Yeah. They were pre-screened, and 30% applied to the company. 30 people. Yeah. Over 50%. So when you tell what you do, how you do it, how are you innovating, people like it. For us,
that's my experience as well, which is when they find out about you, because they get very excited, because what a lot of people in Spain want are kind of, you know, to work in companies like you, but they don't know about you, you know?
That may happen, yeah.
And that, like, that's the problem. Now, I mean, nobody wants to sort of like, what do I do? Do I, like, have an affair with the film star or something, maybe put you on the you know, the Prensa Rosa or something, then everyone kind of knows about you. But it is interesting that like there's a big issue in Spain, and 3 people have mentioned it to me this morning about the number of young people who want to become, you know, hacer oposiciones y ser funcionarios.
Yeah.
And what they complain about is that they don't like the kind of like in big companies that their work doesn't mean anything to them. You know, he said, if you're in a big company, you feel like, what does any of this kind of mean? You know, so they are actually very attracted by your story. You know, they are very attracted by the idea of like, if you know, I'm guessing, you know, all of the people who work for your company, you know their names, you know probably something about them, where they're from, and things like that. And they feel if they have a problem, they can come and talk to you. And that has huge value, you know, and that is very attractive. But they, you know, that rather than working for somebody else, you know, and that, I mean, is that something you think about in terms of your responsibility to your employees?
Well, you think about it, the time that you have to think about those things. But when you start in a, let's say, more established company and start doing this kind of project, you have to break up with some of the culture and processes that are in place. You try to take advantage of the good stuff and stop what you think that is not so good stuff for the new company. Sometimes you are wrong, but I really think that the people are really involved. They feel the company, the purpose.
Yeah.
And yeah, probably we are very close, and we can work problems together easily. Yeah.
I mean, what's your attrition rate? I mean, do you lose people? And
very little.
When you lose them, why do you lose them?
I think now the average the age in the company is over 3 years now in the new company. And the attrition rate might be around 10-15% last year, so it's very, very little.
Yeah, that is very low. Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you? I mean, how much? It's often difficult to talk about culture. You know, people feel very kind of like. But I mean, do you work very hard about your culture? I mean, do you work very hard to? Is there a definite culture that you have formed, and do you work very hard to make sure new employees understand this culture, or do you sort of let it happen sort of organically or spontaneously?
Well, I think the first decision is who are the leadership team, right? So if the CTO, the sales manager, the marketing, the CMO share this culture, it's easier because the entire leadership team is sharing those values. So I think we did that, and that helps a lot. We try to manage to encourage some kind of culture and values more proactively. But I think because of this leadership team and the processes and how we use technology and the kind of people we hire, that's very important. We are all oriented towards applying AI in practical cases, towards making the customers, solving the customers' problems. So basically, this is what is moving us. Yeah.
I'm going to ask you about the future in a second, but I have a question that I ask about regulation and AI, because there is such thing as the AI Act, and Spain actually has an AI organization that I believe is headquartered in A Coruña or somewhere like that. I mean, do you feel inhibited by AI regulation, or do you think that's a difficulty, or do you think regulation is like banking regulation, energy regulation? There's a speed. You can't drive your car, faster than something. Is that because I definitely know some AI companies and they feel inhibited. They feel that they're. I mean, how are you dealing with that?
For instance, we cannot approach pharma customers because they have a regulation that avoids AI and cloud, and so they are not in our target accounts. We don't deal with personal data. That helps a lot.
Yeah.
We deal basically with machinery data and process data. What we have is very strong standards in security. So ISO 27000, Esquema Nacional de Seguridad. So we try to work with the standards, high standards in terms of privacy and security, but we don't have that problem at the time.
Okay. So
nuclear, pharma, these kind of sectors are out.
Are much regulated. Okay.
Yeah.
So talk to me. We have about 5 minutes left. So just talk to me a bit about the future. You know, I mean, it's a cliche when you're being interviewed. I mean, you interview people. You're not interviewed by other people, but there's a standard. You know, where do you see yourself in 5 years? You know. I mean, I know you're in Portugal. I think you're in the US as well. I mean, where do you see yourself? Where do you see yourself and the company in 5 years?
We target the enterprise and the higher end of SMEs, small and medium enterprise customers. So we are scaling with some of them.
Yeah.
These are companies that they can have 10, 20, 40 manufacturing sites.
Mm-hmm.
So we are expanding.
Yeah.
And that's basically the main
target.
The main target.
So you see a lot of organic growth. Then you don't see
mix.
acquisitions or no CEO ever answers the question. There's no point in asking about acquisitions because nobody ever answers, right? Everyone pretends like until it's done. But you see your growth as being organic then, yeah?
No, probably a combination, but we try to lower acquisition cost and keep acquisition cost, increase capacity, but lowering. We are using more and more AI. Marketing guided growth, and also the delivery costs are coming down because we have tried to standardize the solution, both the product and the services. And when you have that profitability, that growth, with very focused, laser-focused customers and type of growth, and you try to keep those low, then you can think about scaling. That's, or at least that's the way we see it.
Actually, that's the classic definition.
It's the classic definition, but it's not so easy to reach.
That's always the problem with the classic.
So
the other question I just want to ask is something again that came up this morning. It's just this whole notion of wellness and things like that, and and also conciliation with the office and working from home and things. These are very kind of modern issues. So I mean, how do you deal with I guess in the executive team, burnout, and then also among your employees in terms of working from home and things like that? Are those live issues in your organization?
Sure. I mean, in technology and AI, this is remote work is a standard, right? But you have to give more than that, and sometimes it's intangible stuff, like I would say purpose, teaming. There's a good feeling environment in the office, and this is great. I mean, I really think this sounds a bit idealistic, but hiring good people.
That gets you over the problem.
Technical skill, right? But it's very important how you feel at work.
But it's interesting, like how the ability to, if you hire good people, you get yourself over the problems in the first place, But you have to be able to attract them, and which is easier said than done. Okay, so I guess the future looks kind of bright then,
Exciting.
in a modest kind of way. Okay, and I guess I'll finally ask the education question, which is to say. I mean, how important is education in terms of, I mean, do you work hard yourself in terms of the books you read and the courses you take and those kind of issues, and also education for your general employees?
Sure. I mean, I am a firm believer in education. So, I don't know, you have great online courses now from MIT Digital or from, I don't know, it depends on the discipline. I personally love MIT Digital. I think they're really good at this. And also books, and well, as a CEO, there are a lot of problems that emerge in different phases, so I need to get into them. And yes, for the people the people in the company, we offer there is a budget for individual self-chosen education.
I think that's by law. That there's you can certainly discount.
You discount. You're not forced to.
But I always say to someone who's arguing for it, I say go to your boss, because you can discount that from your taxes. So don't say hey, go to your boss and say, hey boss, do you want to pay less taxes? And if they say yes, say, well, then send me to MIT for this course. Okay, muchísimas gracias, Jose. That was an absolute pleasure talking to you. I hope you enjoyed it. And I look forward to catching up another time in Madrid. Thank you very much.
We will. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Jose. Thank you, Joe. Guys, incredible to hear from what I love Joe's unique style of diving deep in the conversation and asking a lot of the questions that other people wouldn't even think about. Not mind be brave enough to bring him out on stage. Amazing story of Manam, and incredible to see a significant data and AI company born out of Madrid there with the potential really to change things in an industrial context. And it's really exciting to see the specialization in the AI applications in the industry space, because at the end of the day, this is the point of maturation of the technology that we're at, which is really exciting. And now the moment you have been waiting for. We have our first round of startup pitches. We have 10 companies coming in this evening from about 7 or 8 different countries, all different stages of development, cutting edge, super innovative technology solutions. To give you a little bit of background, we've been running our startup competition, particularly out of Madrid, for the last 14 years. We have had 1,100 finalists come through the program. They have gone on collectively, obviously Cabify being one of them, to raise over $19 billion in follow-on funding, about a 95% survival rate. So the South Summit community of startups is really, really consolidated at this point and going further and faster than ever before. So we are delighted to welcome this new cohort that are here this afternoon and tomorrow morning into the South Summit family. One South Summit, always South Summit. And we hope it'll be a fruitful experience for all of you, and an opportunity, of course, to connect with each and every one of these companies and the different investors, corporates, and institutions, of course, that are in the room. So take maximum advantage of that. Each of these companies have 3 minutes to give you a highlight, essentially, of what they're doing. We can't get into the detail, and the follow-up conversations will happen outside later on at the Guggenheim, during the tour, at the cocktail, at the visit to the hubs tomorrow morning. So there's loads of times to take these conversations off stage and go deeper into more detail around these companies. So this segment is Specializations in Industry 4.0. And to kick us off, we have Alois from Germany. Sergi, please join us to the stage, who's co-founder and CEO at Alois. All yours. Thanks, Sergi.
Much. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sergei Altenbaev. I'm CEO and co-founder of Alois, and I recently graduated of IESE Business School and material science engineer by my first education. And I will be talking today about the challenges which manufacturing industry is experiencing. We have increasing raw materials, energy prices, and meaning that mistake of the operator becoming very pricey for manufacturers. And talking about the experienced operators, the new generation, the kids now preferring the TikTok business rather than go to manufacturing floor. And those who stay in the manufacturing floor, they're really, really important for manufacturing process, because they accumulate over the 20 years enormous experience about the process, and by the sound they can tell you if the process is going good or bad. And people investing in R&D in order to stay competitive. And in our target markets, more than 3 million companies spending more than $1 trillion into the R&D processes. But this is belonging to the 75% of this number is belonging to the big corporations. But what to do to the small and medium enterprises? And here we come. We at Alois, we're using AI to develop a technology to understand how your materials talk inside the manufacturing floor. We are connecting the physics AI with ecosystem of Industry 4.0. Basically, we developed technology which is listening to the materials. You can call it Amazon Alexa, which is listening to the materials during the process deformation and giving feedback to your machine directly. And this technology is bringing already savings to manufacturing floor. It's reduction of the R&D cost, because we're really reducing the R&D interaction, and we decreasing the scrap rate by 90%, reducing the energy by 10%, and we increasing uptime of the machine by 40%. And our mission is to turn manufacturing process into the actionable intelligence. And we are building AI brains. That's how we market this device, because apart of just collecting the data and doing some kind of analytics, this device can act by the process performance, by machine learning algorithm running here. That's why we call it AI brain. The device can make a decision to slow down, to increase efficiency of the process, communicating directly with your machines through the PLC. That's, in a nutshell, we do have use cases already for the customers like Cartier. This is Cartier Santos watch case, for example. You see the chatter over here, most common defect in CNC industry, and that's how we're solving it. We are building the digital fingerprint of the process, and then our AI brains can act on the process in order to improve it. Thank you so much. That's it. Thank you for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All the way in from Germany. Thank you so much. Next up, we are moving to Chile, and welcome to the stage Paloma Zanelli, who's country manager and innovation engineer. This is an AI-powered platform that gives water plants a brain. Paloma, welcome. All yours.
Do I have to do this?
We'll stop the clock until, are we going? Next one. Can we move this, Cami, from inside, or?
Okay, there was.
Let's
clicking.
go.
Okay, thank you. So, well, inefficiency. That's the heartbeat of too many water plants today. Wasted energy, wasted chemicals, wasted money. A reality we are here to change. So here's the problem. Water treatment plants are run suboptimally. There's outdated systems, there's poor visibility, and managers and operators are drowning in data, scattered data they cannot interpret. The result, over 400 billion euros lost in inefficient operation. And it doesn't stop there. In the next 10 years, half the people that know how to operate these plants will retire. This leaves us with less experience and the same outdated systems. So compliance becomes a guessing game. To solve this, at Water, we built Poseidon, an AI-powered platform that gives water plants a brain. Poseidon integrates every single source of data into one single source of truth. And the result is smarter decisions, less wasted money, and guaranteed compliance. Think of it as plug, train, and play. In a matter of weeks, your plan comes from reactive to predictive, from chaos to control. And the result is, predictive alerts, an integrated dashboard, and operational recommendations. Everything is integrated into this one single platform. Across the whole water sector, Water with Poseidon is the platform that integrates the data from all of your plants into one single source of truth, and it gives you, sorry, I'm so sorry. Well, in this pork industry plant, just by optimizing aeration, we cut 10% of the energy costs in the plant production. So across dozens of plants, these small savings turned into millions. Everything from oxygen levels to compliance report, everything is integrated into this platform. Poseidon is not just a startup with an idea, it's a company with proof. From one plant in 2021 to over 100 plants today across 5 countries, 18 paying customers, and a team of 25 experts in environmental science, data, biotech, and engineering. After proving our impact, we're scaling, we're growing in Spain and raising our next funding round. So we're calling for investors and industries that are interested and share our belief to make every drop of treated water cheaper, clearer, smarter, and safer, to build the new global standard for water treatment. Thank you.
Water from Chile, very impressive data points and evolution in a very small amount of years. And next up, we're going from Chile to South Korea. South Summit ourselves, just back from South Korea, where we run a deep tech and AI vertical. Next company up is Ipin Labs, and we have Jumbum Park, the global project lead. Do we have Jumbum? Ipin? No? Kami? Ipin? They're looking for them there outside. Ipin Labs! Woo! Excellent, Jumbum. Welcome, welcome. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. Nice to meet you, everyone. I'm Jongbum Park, but just for your information, I also go by JB, so whichever you prefer. So I'm from Ipin Labs, and what we do is we make indoor asset tracking simple and scalable with AI. So across industries, finding an indoor asset tracking system that's both reliable and scalable has always been a challenge. And this is because of the two main reasons. First, GPS doesn't work indoors, right? And second, the existing indoor positioning systems like anchor-based systems or anchor-free system, which is also known as fingerprinting method, they all come with major drawbacks. For anchor-based system, you require costly hardware infrastructure installation across the facility, which gets super expensive, especially the facility is large. And for fingerprinting method, although they don't require you extra hardware setup, they pretty much rely on pre-collected signal data, which is oftentimes quickly outdated and inaccurate for industrial use. So we solve these problems with our AI indoor positioning system by leveraging the motion data collected by IMU sensors inside the smartphone and the radio frequency infrastructure, mostly Wi-Fi access points, which is already available inside the building. And we fuse these to deliver the accurate and more affordable indoor location service to our clients. So our competitive edge really is just the scalability, right? We don't need extra hardware for installation, so the deployment is quick and easy and much affordable than our competitors. So now we are currently tracking 3 major device types, which is trackers, smartwatches, and smartphones. And once we are able to track these devices, you get all these location features like dashboard and report, trajectory history, and etc. We offer our service in 2 different models, which is API and SaaS. So for enterprise clients, we provide XY coordinate information and floor-level information to easily integrate our solution into their existing system. And also we provide SaaS platform, which is more focused on the subscription-based use. So now, currently, we are focusing on 4 major categories. So telecom and digital innovation, smart factory and logistics, airport operation, and healthcare. Until now, we've been more focused on domestic market, but now we are trying to expand here in Europe through Bilbao, hopefully. That's all I've got today, and thank you for your time.
Excellent, well done. Incredible technology, of course, coming out of South Korea, and this is an amazing example, so be sure to connect with them later and off stage. So going from Korea to France, our next company is Iridescence. Iridescence, we have you here, just making sure you're here. Elise Chalveillard, co-founder and head of programs. Elise, welcome. Bienvenue, bienvenue.
Thank you. So, hi, I'm Elise Chalveillard. I'm co-founder and head of programs at Iridescence. Sorry. So for decades, we've been promised that the future of industry is intelligent automation. But active vision systems are not really there in the field, and vision systems are often defeated in real-life conditions, especially in low-light or dark environment. But most importantly, they only see shapes and geometry. They lack what the things are actually made of. The machines can see, but do not understand the environment. So at Iridescence, we believe we have the missing piece of the puzzle. So our technology is the combination of LiDAR and a multispectral camera. It actually combines both advantages. So like a LiDAR, we can do 3D mapping, localization in real time, but also volume and distance measurements. And like a multispectral camera, we can also derive the chemical properties of objects and thus identify materials directly in the 3D scene. So this is due to a proprietary laser technology that we are developing in our facility. So because an image is worth 1,000 words, here you have a standard camera view and the same view but from a multispectral active vision system. So you can see that we can clearly identify as well which part of the coat is wet and which part is dry. Same thing for the sponges. We can see different level of humidity in the sponges. Regarding the identification of materials, here you can see that we detect the oil stain where it's invisible to the naked eye. And you see also the differentiation between human skin and silicone mask. So, one use case that we have is in the construction and mining sector, because in any quarry or large construction site, it's important, it's crucial to know what you have in the ground, on the ground, sorry. So with our system, you can move from periodic manual surveys to a full digital twin of your inventory. So our AI vision system can give you key metrics, such as object identification, but also volume measurements. And we assess, as you can see, humidity level, oil pollution of the soil, and also granulometry if you need. So we are providing a single sensor to move forward into industry automation. We already have 10 products available that we are selling to our customer in order to collect data to be able to make the AI-based software that the customer truly needs. So basically, our goal is to give real-time awareness to any work site. It can be also applicable to airports. And we provide this single sensor to make the future of industry and operations smarter, faster, and safer. Thank you for your attention. If you have any question or you want to chat, feel free to reach out.
Thank you so much. Amazing opportunity. Wow, AI that is seeing even in the dark and far better than we do. So next up, we are back to South Korea. We are ready to go. Morphing Intelligence, and here presenting the company is Woo-Jan Lee, Chief Growth Officer. Woo-Jan, welcome. 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, everyone. How's it going? Quite cool? Great. So let me introduce myself and our company. So my name is Woo-Jun Lee from Morphing Eye, South Korea. You guys can just call me Jun because it's much easier to speak, right? So since around the world are facing invisible creases beneath our feet, aging underground pipelines. So every year, leaks and failure cost over $23 billion in the global losses. And it happens a lot of water-related accidents around the world, like mega sinkhole, collapse, burst flood, and etc. The cost is simple but devastating. Outdated inspection tool, reliable pipe maps, manual leak checks, and disconnected data. So, Morphing Eye offers a predict-first solution, Morphing Bolt. It travels up to 3 kilometers from one entry point, collecting LiDAR, video, and acoustic data, and it sends to AI diagnostics, so it detects leaks, corrosion, and even predicts a life cycle. And our digital twin gives the decision maker GPT-powered dashboard, so they can ask a question and get instant and predictive answers. So this is not reaction, it's prediction. So you can get AI reports, seems like this. So most of our competitors are either software or hardware. They cannot integrate, they cannot operate in real time. But Morphing Eye unifies AI, robotics, and digital twin in one full stack system. It means it's faster, cheaper, and scalable. So our value is quite measurable. Fewer failures, 100% network mapped, long-range expression, lower OpEx, and with every once, the AI grows smarter. And our greatest edge is integration. So already, we got a deep tech team in South Korea and work with 4 local governments in South Korea. So our business model is ensures our recurring revenue through RAS inspection, AI report, digital twin, and predictive MRO. Already 75% of our revenue streams are recurring, positioning Morphing Eye as a SaaS-like infrastructure company. So global pipeline market exceeds $60 billion. It's quite a lot. So this year, we got a $4.9 million for our revenue. And not only, we are not working with not only South Korea, but also around the world, like Singapore Army, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and USA. So someone who is interested in our business, please feel free to reach out to me. Thank you.
Amazing, June. Thank you so much. Kamsahamnida. Well done. Amazing. Wonderful to see the niche applications of these technologies. Super cutting edge. And next we are back to France. Our next company is Natilia, and presenting the company is Irache Gorpegi, co-founder. Irache, welcome. Woo.
Hello, good afternoon. So today we have anti-corruption, anti-money laundering, GDPR, compliance penal in Spain, and now the Artificial Intelligence Act. For most companies, compliance is not optional. The problem is that the way we do it today is very complex, it's very manual, and it's very expensive. A compliance officer can spend 1,000 hours a year in doing manual work. It's going to chase evidence, it's going to feed spreadsheets, and it's going to write reports. This means 100,000 euros for a mid-sized companies a year and 100 million euros for a big bank. I know it because I've seen it during my 20-year career as a compliance lawyer. And that's why we founded Natilia. Natilia means compliance in a stack, and is the first AI-native solution for compliance professionals. So companies actually plugged Natilia into their internal documents and compliance materials, and our artificial intelligence is going to do the heavy work. It's going to identify gaps to regulations and to international standards. It's going to propose actions actually to fill that gap. It's going to monitor implementations of those actions in real time, and it's going to also automatically create documents like reports, dashboards, or even answer to investors or clients' questionnaires. So this means 70% less time to compliance and 40% less in compliance costs. And Natilia is for all types of companies, so mid-sized companies that want to actually prove compliance fast to sign contracts with clients, and also large corporations who want to streamline their compliance processes. And what makes Natilia different? Well, Natilia is not just artificial intelligence for compliance. Since day one, we have built it with my former clients and colleagues, so compliance officers, with one objective: create really a solution that is going to respond to clear compliance and real compliance needs. Where are we today? Well, Natilia was founded 1 year ago. Since June this year, we have our first clients, mid-sized companies, using our version 1.0. We are now collaborating with BNP Paribas, one of the largest banks in Europe, and trying to adapt our solution to their needs. And today we're here in Bilbao, talking to vast corporates and building functionalities to adapt also to their compliance needs. Thank you very much. If you think compliance is a challenge, just reach out. I will love to continue this conversation.
Amazing, Irache. Well done, thank you, well done. Amazing progress in a short space of time. And from France in the Basque Country, we are back to Spain. Our next company is Ocean Oasis, and presenting the company is Sebastian Femblanc, co-founder and co-CEO. Sebastian, welcome. Sorry, I have it. Here you go.
We're building the future of water supply. Offshore desalination, powered entirely by waves. Desalination today delivers 5.
Our solution includes
Hello?
Sorry guys, yeah, can we close the door?
Wrong mic? Okay.
Mike's, are we good? Can we reset the clock?
Starting again?
Sebastian.
Of course.
Marta, podemos...
Start over. Fantastic. Second chance, better. Hello everyone, I'm Sebastian, co-founder of Ocean Oasis. We're building the future of water supply. Offshore desalination, powered entirely by the waves. Desalination already delivers 5% of global water supply, but existing technology relies on heavy energy, a lot of fuel and petrol, access to grid, and access to land. This makes the solution limited and not able to deliver at scale. With demand set to double by 2030, we need to think differently. Our floating buoys use only the wave of motion to run a reverse osmosis desalination system. We deliver fresh water to shore with no energy, no grid dependence, and no land hassle. Only a mechanical proven system that delivers water at a competitive cost with great margins. It is a proven technology. We have got excellent results from our full-scale testing. We are deploying the first fleet in the north of the Canary Islands. We have secured an off-taker. We have secured 6 million euros from the European Commission, and we have been named strategic project for the Canary Islands. And from there, we're scaling globally. Each of our buoys deliver 2,000 cubic meters per day, enough water for 15,000 people. And we deploy in fleets. That allows us to deliver at scale in the places where water is most needed. And that delivers incredible good internal rate of returns in each of the locations. We are building our first commercial setting, and we are raising 6 million euros to arrive there. We have aligned the European Investment Bank together with existing investors and key partners, and we're looking for strategic investors to join this round and lead to close the round and start deploying at scale water supply. Please join us to build the future of water-resilient infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Amazing, well done. Thank you, Sebastian.
Thank you.
So you heard it here first, raising their 6 million round, and you're invited to participate. Very specific ask there, love it. And from Spain, we are going to Chile. Next company up is MES Analytics, and presenting the company is Constanza Vallejo, Sales Business Manager. Thank you, Constanza.
Hi, I'm Constanza. I'm from MES Analytics, and this is a software company that we have been working for 25 years in the asset-intensive industries by optimizing the cost of the entire asset lifecycle and maximizing its full potential. Our main clients are the mining majors. Chile is the world's largest copper producer, and we're part of the 25% of the world's copper production. What our software is that we optimize the maintenance strategy of the companies by reducing 10% of the maintenance costs, saving $7 million in the replacement of the components, and identifying and reducing the bottlenecks by increasing the reliability of the process. Our difference with other maintenance software is that we don't analyze individual equipments and machines. We analyze the whole process by our own technology and algorithm. So, however, this is very important to mention is that our technology not only solves the mining, of course, the mining industry. As I said before, we solve also all the asset-intensive industry by the optimization of our maintenance plan. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Back to Spain. Next company is Urafex, and Adrian Valdeomillo, CGO Growth Officer, is going to present the company. Adrian, welcome.
Did you know it takes 20 liters in order just to produce 1 kilo of lettuce? And that cooling system consumed on average 150,000 liters of water per day. That's why we have created Urafex, a sustainable, cost-efficiently, and chemical-free solution in order for water regeneration. Our technology is based on the photoelectrocatalysis technology, which has 3 simultaneous phases. In the first one, we eliminate pathogens. In the second one, we create natural disinfectants. And in the third one, we degrade organic matter. Apart from the hardware, we developed as well as the software solution, which is our software, URAP, which enables the client and us in order to monitorize fully the water process. The Urafex technology led to 90% reduction and 100% elimination of chemical products within the water process. This leads to an average of 2 years payback, reducing 85% the hydric footprint. Well, we have a very wide applications with our technology, both in the manufacturing industry, agro industry, can be used as well on the chemical and pharmaceutical industry, or even the real estate, having a huge market. Talking about the business model, we have an integral solution. On one hand, we have the hardware commercialization, both in punctual sales and renting, in order for the clients not to pay all the capex. And as well, some services in order to make an integral solution as Europe, and as well our customized maintenance service, that is Eurocare. These are some examples of the companies we work with, and collaborating with some big partners as well in order to guarantee the better quality. For the football fans, just for you to have an idea, we have saved just on this year more than 1 million of cubic meters, which is more or less 4 times the volume of the Santiago Bernabeu finished. Okay. Talking about sales and projections, we expect to save more than 2 million cubic meters next year with commercial expansion in Italy and US principally. None of this would be possible with an experienced team. We are currently 15 people, and we expect to be 25 people for next year, backed by our 2 advisors that really help us on the market penetration. We have as well some support from institutions, and we collaborate with some research centers, which lead us to have some international and national awards. We know that we can change the world alone, but we think we can change how the water is used on industry. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Thank you. That's perfect. Wonderful to see the innovations in the area of water treatment and water saving, critical technology. And last but not least, I'm delighted to present V-Site, which is our final company pitching, and presenting the company is Sihat Karaman, co-founder and CEO. Sihat, welcome.
Hello everyone, very happy to be here with all of you to share this moment. When I was working as a field engineer, my task, my work would be all the time trying to find the right information on the right time. There would be an issue. The issue would be related to one specific cable. I would try to find the diagram of that cable from a PDF that is 600 pages of a manual. I would flick through ERP documents and everything. My work wasn't like solving the problem, but finding the right knowledge to fix the problem, actually. And that leads to a lot of slow resolution times, inconsistent execution, expert bottlenecks, vice versa. And at the end of the day, every minute counts for the production companies. It gets to 20,000 euros per minute of the cost of the stoppage of the production line. What if I would have a coworker that wouldn't get sick, that would work all the time, that would know everything about my work, and that would answer every question in 1 second? V-Site Nova is the AI brain knowledge of the company. It connects to the company's business logics, ERP system, CRM system. It matches everything to the right information to the right time. At the end of the day, it recommends the correct information to the correct person. It becomes bilingual. You can ask it in any language the questions, and it will answer according to you. It's like ChatGPT, but it doesn't hallucinate. It knows what it knows, and it answers right away, whatever the complexity of the issue is. So it knows all the history of the company. It tells you your colleague Juan solved the same problem 3 months ago with the same thing. Do you want me to show you the video captured on the field about the same issue so that you don't have to spend 2 hours to find one specific issue? That's what we do with Nova. We have something called bulletproof integration. It works bidirectionally with all kind of learning management system, content management system, ERP systems, or a normal PDF document. One reference client that we have, they are doing the gas distribution. They are serving in 80 different service locations. They built this digital knowledge base with vSite inside the company. So right now they have 70% reduction on training time and 26% better resolution time on the complicated issues. That's what we do with NOVA. We are based in Lithuania, European Union. We are currently serving to 90 different enterprises from 36 countries. Our largest market is Germany, and primary industry is machinery. Now we are looking for 1.5 million of the investment and also strategic partners to be more visible in DACH region and LATAM region. If you're curious, if you want to implement this in your company from a small scale to 1,000 of the workers, just let me know, ping me, happy to help. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And that is a wrap for our first block of startups in the Industry 4.0 space. We have a deep, insightful conversation now on the energy transition, and then we're going to have a second block of startups presenting afterwards for our energy transition vertical. So to lead us nicely into that space, I'm going to welcome our next two speakers to the stage. We have Pascal Guzman, who's Senior Economist at the European Investment Bank, who we heard from this morning, who's now specializing in the energy transition space, and Roger Casals, who is founder of, the name of the company is Wattum, CEO and founder of Wattum, an energy battery storage company, diving into the opportunity around energy storage. Thanks, folks, for being here. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much again to South Summit, and it's good to see you all also in the afternoon, so motivated. I'm not moderating the session, but I just took up the role, so I'm here with Roger. Maybe we can just start by introducing ourselves and then get into it. So I'm Pascal Guzman. I work for the European Investment Bank. I'm based in the Madrid office. And before that, I was working for the European Commission. So I kind of represent the European institutions in this setup. Roger?
Well, I'm an entrepreneur. I created several companies. I had 5 exits, and always on the software business. And I got crazy enough to start a new startup, basically creating batteries, okay, for the new world.
Fantastic. So this is like the dinosaur and the new era.
Well, no, she has the money and I need the money. So I think it's a good partnership, I guess.
We had a coffee, a long coffee, so I think we were fine on that. So maybe let's start.
She's not giving me any, so that's.
Let's start with maybe just setting up a little bit the conversation right now in Europe with renewable energies, which Roger is very knowledgeable about. And then maybe we can land into the concrete example of your latest startup, which I just heard during coffee, so many things about it. It's quite technical, but I think it is the textbook example of what we want to do in Europe for the green transition. You know, it ticks all the boxes of strategic autonomy, energy independence, and so on. So basically, on the green scene, I would just say, of course, you all know that we in Europe have the European Green Deal. This is kind of the strategy we aim at achieving, a net zero economy by 2050. And we have the strategy, we've got the talent in Europe, we've got the money, the financing side of it, and that's where I work. So we finance climate transition through financing in energy, be it renewable energy, in the grids, in the interconnections, in the smart grids, in energy efficiency, decarbonization of industry, research and development in the sector. I mean, we provide a big push. We finance about 90 billion a year, and 60% of it goes to the green transition. Of course, our aim is to co-opt the private sector, so all of you to finance with us this road to net zero economy. And we think it's very important, not just because we think that climate change is bad for us, but also because energy is our security and is our competitiveness. So we're bringing the economic angle and the security angle, and I think it's going to come up a lot in our conversations, to the table. We have, I mean, I'm not going to go into the list of very, very big investments that we make, but you can stay calm knowing that Europe is financing and co-financing, actually, with the private sector, this very important green transition. And I think maybe we can leave here the policy side and enter into a very concrete example of storage, which is it's a big thing that we need to finance if we want to have a green transition.
I've been pitching energy for a while now, and since April 28th, I think it was, I have no problems pitching energy and the need for batteries to stabilize the grid. Because what we suffered in Europe is something that it happened in Spain, but it can happen actually across Europe. And despite all the money that you guys are putting into the ecosystem, there are a few niches that are not well covered. And the main reason, I think, is because we don't have the right mindset. We haven't grasped exactly yet how to compete with China. So one of the problems that we have, and this is something that we've been discussing, is how are we going to give money to a company that is competing with Chinese people, hoping that they will win? Ain't gonna happen. We were discussing, BYD just created a new factory that is bigger than San Francisco. For God's sake, you're not going to give me such amount of money to create, you know, money to create a factory as big as Bilbao. You won't, and rightfully so. So we have to find ways to compete with Chinese power, industrial power, in a smart and efficient way, and our minds, the mindset is not yet in the right place. And I wanted to start discussing something, because it's something that happens a lot in conversations. What's going on in the market? The demand is going to the roof. How are we going to cover that demand? More nuclear plants, more gas, or renewables? Well, the choice is made, especially because prices are super down, thanks to China. The problem is, and this is something strategic that I think that you guys care a lot about, is the independence of Europe about energy independence. We are dependent on solar panels from China. We are dependent on batteries from China. How are we going to compete?
It's a great angle, actually. We were discussing it with you, and then earlier this morning also with Maria, that the geopolitical context is driving this investment in a different direction, right? We realized kind of with the Ukraine war and before that we needed some strategic autonomy in Europe. And what I find interesting is that we often talk about strategic autonomy. We don't have to depend on critical raw materials. We don't have to depend on technology. We don't have to depend in manufacturing. We need to have those capacities and capabilities installed in Europe, maybe not at the rate of having 100%, but at least a minimum so that we don't completely depend. We have to also, of course, diversify our supply. And there has been a very important push for industrialization, reindustrialization of Europe, and in concrete, for example, in the terms of renewable energy and research and development in this area. And I think maybe we can get more into exactly your business, what it is doing, because I think it's the perfect example of what a strategic autonomy would mean. You know, after having lost a little bit of or completely lost the solar energy industry to China, we might be losing also the wind energy also construction to China. So what is your view on these batteries? We often talk about batteries. For me, batteries was just a battery, but I've learned that there are many different batteries, that they can be fueled by different chemicals, and that makes a difference. So Roger, explain us.
Yes, so I started talking about the grid and how energy is so critical for all of us, right? We had that blackout, and that can happen in Europe, across Europe. And the reason is some people blame renewables. Oh, we have so many renewables that, they are the ones to blame. That's not exactly true. So yes, renewables bring some instability because they are intermittent. So sun doesn't shine at night, wind blows when they care, and you have the ability to do hydro when you have water. So they are intermittent, they are, heterogeneous. How you can solve that problem? Well, with batteries. What kind of batteries? And there are several kinds of batteries. You have batteries to basically store during the day and pour, energy into the grid at night. That's fine. But there's another problem. You can plan that, and we're pretty good at that already. And we are adding gigawatts of capacity and gigawatts hour, a lot of energy capacity to sustain that. And transition, green transition, the renewables transition is happening. It already happened, I guess, because this year alone, most of the days, renewables were accounted for more than 50% of the energy, electrical energy that we consume. So transition is already here. That's not the problem. The issue here is, okay, demand is spiking up, and we are weakening the resilience of our grid. We are close to a new blackout, here or any place in Europe. And the reason is, if we do not have the ability to put new nuclear plants or new gas plants, you need something else. But the regular batteries do not solve the problem. You need a new breed of batteries. And that's good news, because since we were discussing, we lost the race of lithium-ion batteries with China. We have a good example in Europe with a lot of investment. I think it was $1 billion investment in Northvolt, and that went to the crapper. We cannot repeat that mistake to basically put money where Chinese are going to defeat us. There's a new breed of batteries that basically do not compete with lithium-ion batteries. Actually, there's no lithium-ion in those new batteries. They are super high power. That means that they can sustain very high power for a long time when it's needed. So basically, you fix the problems that mistakes or renewables create into the grid. The good news is those batteries are not the ones that Chinese people are building, and that's a big opportunity. We need to compete where Chinese are not in front of us, okay? And there's new chemistries that we can invent, that we have already invented in Europe, okay? There's many companies in Europe that are investing their time, energy, and brain juice that, for example, are using sodium, iron, carbon, nanocarbons that solve that problem very well. They are safe, they do not explode, they cycle a lot, so they are in for the long run. And it's a good example of things that we can do without competing with Chinese people and win and solve the fragility of our grid, okay?
So that's fantastic. And just I think you made a perfect pitch, but just for some common people like myself, I think when you talk about instability of the grid, but it's actually more than that, in the sense you can also support industry, if I understood correctly. Yes. I'm now pitching for you. So basically, this is Roger, who is investing in this startup, and they have this R&D innovation as regards the material that are used in the battery. So it's not lithium, which makes us less dependent from China technology and from China rare earth materials, yep. Both of those dependencies.
You don't need to invade Ukraine, basically, to harvest some lithium. Right? That's
yes,
one thing.
So that is interesting. Then they have a lower green impact. So now we're talking about all this, but they have the industry that's intensive. AI, we just heard so many startups basing themselves on AI technology. It's very energy intensive. So we're gonna need to be able to connect all this green renewable energy to these heavy, intense energy industries, including AI. And so I think you can also make the pitch not only for the grid stability, but also in supporting this industry with storage that is very much needed. For the moment, at the EIB, we are financing a lot of storage capacity in the big players as Iberdrola or others. Those batteries are more linked to pumping hydro electricity, and they pump. But if I understood correctly, these batteries, the technology is coming from China. So this is a new startup, I'd say. It would be real European technology. And I'd like to take these last minutes, maybe, Roger, also to that we share here in public. We were thinking about, there is a lot of culture of venture investment in the digital field. In the industry, it's less common in Europe. We are doing the reindustrialization of Europe. And these ventures, as one of Roger, require a lot of capex. So it's a different timeline, a lot of capex, it's a different animal. So how are you approaching your next investment round? How are you going to go about it?
Let me make a quick poll. How many investors are in the room? Because I don't want to offend anyone. Okay. When I've lived in California for 14 years, okay? And I've been in the software industry for many years. And when I came here and I started pitching my startup, they started asking me LTVs, CACs, and things like that, okay? Customer acquisition costs, lifetime value, etc., which are metrics totally for the digital world, not for the physical world. And that's a problem. We don't have culture. We lost the culture of industrial investment, okay? And there are very few people that are actually investing in industrial and CapEx. So capital expenditure is not the main priority of investors. Capital wants quick returns, digital, you know, what we've been doing for the last 10, 20 years. And that's a problem if we want to achieve reindustrialization, because we need capex. An example, one of my batteries costs between 1 and 2 million, depending on the size of the battery. If I want to build one, I need at least a couple $1 million to build, to make it, just in materials. We're talking about huge batteries, okay? Trailer-sized batteries. That's very difficult to get traditional VCs. So we need your help to basically give them money so they basically say, okay, I must invest in industrial.
Yes, and that's where I pitch my fund.
Go ahead.
Which I already pitched this morning, but very, very briefly, we just signed 500 million. The European Investment Fund received 500 million from the Spanish budget to create an infrastructure and climate fund, which I think is more aimed at supporting clean tech innovations like the one Roger is explaining to us right now. Because our strategic autonomy as Europeans has a price, you know, it's always cheaper to go to China, but if you want to be independent in not only in terms of the manufacturing side, but also of the technology capacity and innovation side of it, you have to make sure that you invest in these types of companies. So I think it's the perfect example to work in this sector.
And again, I'm not saying that we have to pay a higher price than Chinese batteries or whatever product we're discussing here. We have to basically play in a different game. If Chinese are really good at the lithium-ion batteries, which, by the way, we are getting a plateau in terms of cost reduction, because we've seen a 90-some% cost reduction in batteries and solar panels, and that's not going to continue for long. So now there's new opportunities for new technologies that have a different curve, and a curve that can basically go lower than that more efficiently. And that's where, if I were the European Investment Bank, or for that matter, anyone in the EU, I would invest in fundamental R&D, new materials, new technologies, so we can occupy different regions of technology that are basically blue oceans for us. Okay,
and that's I think it's a very important point that you just made, which is not price competitiveness. It's not the price. It's the efficiency, and so research and development, and we do invest in that actually. And the TechU program, which I mentioned earlier this morning, just briefly, the 250 billion in the next 3 years is going to be a big changer in Europe. And within that umbrella, we have a vector that is clean tech. And I hope you can also find money under that investment area, because it's really important that we support this type of activities in Europe. Yeah. So I wish you, frankly, a very good future with your batteries, Roger. It's important. How did you come up with this idea? I mean, how did you move from, I mean, this is just like interview, but how do you move from, because you were more on the software, in the startup kind of business in Europe?
I cannot take credit of anything. as I said, I sold several companies, so I'm a business angel myself. So I invested in different companies, one of them being Batium. And a few months ago, actually a year, or at least less than a year ago, I presented them an idea for them, and they basically recruit me as their CEO to manage to lead the company. But I cannot take credit for this. So I jumped into a wagon, and they hired me basically to industrialize, to basically jump from what you said before, from the technological transfer from the R&D institutions to the actual field, to the industrial field, right? That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, and that's a big challenge that we have in Europe. We have so much talent and so much done in the research and development in research centers everywhere. I was just with Leticia of the IE before talking about this. Basically, we have all that research, and then they kind of die in the way to the market, because it's a long way here. You know, we don't have that bridge really built in a very efficient way. So we need to do it.
Yeah.
We need to make sure that we can do it. And places like here in South Summit, that's where it gets done, because you have the research and development, the investor and the founders, and that's where you connect all these dots.
We have another problem, though, and that's the one that worries me more than money, because money you can find. It's the ability to find the right partners. So we have weakened our prowess in industrial prowess. So we are weaker than we were 20 years ago in terms of industrial capacity. So it's one of the things that is costing me the most. Is not the money, is the right partner in Europe to manufacture in Europe. That's more worrisome to me than the money, because the money can
be found.
We have you, so.
No, that's a big challenge that you have. We really had lost our industry. It's coming back, but it takes so much. You know, it takes a regulatory framework, it takes the money, it takes the talent. How about human capital? Do you have the human capital? You were saying in Spain there's few experts, no, in this sector.
That's one of the problems. So we are really good training people. We have great universities, research centers, but when there's actual money, people fly to different regions, especially US. And that's myself. I spent 14 years of my life in US, and that's a problem, because we pay for the education of our kids, and then they move away for a better life, because we cannot give them a path of success, at least in the industry.
Yeah, well, I think that is changing now. I think we're attracting more talent in Europe. Yeah. In this context, people are coming back. The universities are receiving double of admission requests in Holland, in the IE, and everywhere they are. People are. I think there is a big attraction now to be in a space like Europe. But it's true that we need to invest in the human capital and redo it. So I think with you, we had that perfect example of what needs to happen, and I hope you enjoyed it too.
Any questions? Any complaints?
Please.
Charles from Research Center of ArcelorMittal, is a steel and mining company. Thank you for the comments, very, very interesting. My point is related to collaborative innovation, collaborative open innovation. Could explore a little bit more about that, because it can be a way to face in a more efficient way this competition with Chinese.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very costly. Despite that we are the European Union, we are not the United States of Europe yet, as Craigie was pointing out. I think that we need that, especially in the industry. So German companies are German, Italian companies are Italian, and Portuguese companies are Portuguese, and Spanish companies are Spanish companies. And there's still not that much collaboration, because I need companies from Germany, for example, right now that I'm discussing with them, and it's not that easy, culturally speaking, of course. Okay? Yeah, you're right.
Thank you.
No complaints.
No. I think time's up, but we can...
Amazing, guys. We'll leave it there. To get through. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Roger. Thank you, Paz. Amazing. I love this dynamic. You have two titans, you know, battling it out, diving into the conversation and the debate, which we appreciate. Thank you so much, Paz. Thank you, Roger. And now for our final appointment of the evening, not quite final because we are headed to the Guggenheim, which you cannot miss. We have our final segment of startups here. So next up, we have a range of companies with super innovative solutions in the energy transition space. A lot of the conversation today has been around grid efficiency. We'll be very excited to see some solutions related to that. And of course, in the storage and the battery space as well, which can be a critical opportunity within Europe. So we're going to dive into our next startups. A few announcements before I do. The Guggenheim tour is at 7 p.m. I believe if you're not already registered, we're at maximum capacity, but talk to the team outside. Afterwards, we have our cocktail at 8:30 p.m. Be delighted to see you to continue the networking, the connections, and the opportunity and business building. And tomorrow morning, we have our hub visits from 10 a.m. So in your email, in your registration, in your inbox, you have a link to register for our hub visits tomorrow, which you're not going to want to miss because we're going down to the port in Bilbao to look at how they're tackling energy transition. And we're also going to the Aviation Innovation Center, which is one you're not going to want to miss. And again, it's just a wonderful practical way to build these connections and build these relationships and see some of the amazing innovation that's happening in this area in Bilbao and Biscaya here at South Summit Industry and Energy. So without further ado, a lot of talk about China this morning and how it's a powerhouse in the energy transition and something we need to keep an eye on and how are we going to compete here in Europe. Our first company up is from China. This company is EMQ, and presenting the company, we have Zhengju Pan, VP of EMEA Operations. Zhengju, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Yeah. Good afternoon. So my name is Zhengju Pan, found a company called EMQ. And we sometimes call ourselves a provider of IoT infrastructure software. And let me translate it into plain English. We're helping people moving data from A to B. You may ask, how hard could that be, moving data from A to B? But if you consider, if you have millions of devices, and each of those devices generate a lot of data every minute, it's not getting harder. Yeah, with this problem being solved, we created a company in 2017. And yeah, we then in the next year, we create the largest MQTT project connecting 2.4 million devices in China with the China Unicom. I'm not sure it's still the biggest one, but we proved we overcome this challenge. After this challenge, this thing being challenged, then we engaged with the MQTT standard organization because we got real customers and we know what they want. And we are taking part in the definition of next level of the MQTT. For example, here's MQTT over QUIC. This protocol is to aiming the problem of quick moving object. When the object is moving very quickly, the net can be go lost very quickly, and the normal internet cannot sustain this kind of application. This is quite useful if you're connecting the vehicles. Volkswagen is our company, our customer, and yeah, they know how hard this is, and we're trying to put this part into the next release of the MQTT standard. And after doing this, we also got feedbacks from the customers. Moving data is one thing, and the data island is another challenge. The data are separated from each other, and there's so many protocols in the industries, so many PLCs, and Siemens, Mitsubishi, and also like the OPC-UA. And then we invited another product, a certain product. This is the gateway to translate all these things into the unified standard MQTT, so that we put all the islands together in one well-managed system. Yeah, here are the numbers. This number makes me extraordinarily proud. 18 million of download. We are well recognized by the technology web. And here, some of our customers. Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you. Well, pretty impressive technology there. To see that at scale is pretty amazing. 80 million downloads and 200 million devices tracked. Amazing. See the application of the data in the industrial context. Next up, we are going to Germany with Flexo, and here presenting the company, we have Dr. Florian Ulrich, Senior Customer Success Manager. Florian, welcome.
Hello, everyone. What do you think that is? I guess baseball is a valid answer. Yes, that's correct. But I claim this is actually a throwable data platform because it contains 688 sensors on the surface to capture the pressure distribution, also electronics for readout and data transmission, all that totally invisible, fully seamlessly integrated. That is one example for a product by Flexo, and it shows what we are really about, which is integrating sensing into any surface. And the actual problem that is behind that is the access to physical data. So the access to virtual data is mainly abundant, but real-world processes are often a black box, and yet they are fundamental for a lot of applications like automation, digital twin, artificial intelligence, to name a few. And those data is really hard to get. Often it's just not accessible or insufficiently accessible. It is delayed or simply just too expensive. And that's why the world needs better access to physical data. So we address this problem by developing thin, flexible, lightweight, and reliable sensor foils and producing them with an exceptional efficiency. To give an example, about 1 million credit card-sized sensors can be produced within a single shift on a single line. So that is actually the way how we make reliable and affordable real-time data finally accessible. And that is not just gray theory. We already provide value in several key industries. For example, our sensors improve the efficiency and safety of batteries. They reduce the operational costs for in industrial monitoring applications, and enable passenger classification for automotive seatings. We already work together with a lot of international renowned big players, and our technology has even been approved for NASA applications. So what makes us unique? First of all, we have an industry-leading and patented sensor technology. Then our manufacturing efficiency sets new benchmarks, and we provide unique design freedom for the sensors. Flexo is a team of internationally renowned and industry experts, and we are a team of about 30 people. We are looking for strategic customers and partners to bring our technology to industrial large scale. So now you know about us, therefore the ball is in your court. Thank you.
Amazing, well done, amazing traction, a small space of time. And from Germany, we are back to South Korea. And our next company is Archflow, and presenting the company is Kuyong Eon Lee, Chief Strategy Officer. Kuyong, welcome.
Which is our AI-powered HVAC control to reduce energy consumption for the building. So we are based in Seoul, Korea, and having a branch office in Paris. We are currently 15 people, heavily rely on R&D staff currently. So our exist is very simple because currently the building is wasting of lots of energy, even though they have building management system. So BMS system is great, but still it is rigid schedule, which can react to changing of condition. And second, it's not optimizing in real time. And third, in the end, we are not sure whether they save energy or not. So we made this with simplified steps. We connect to existing system of your building for the HVAC, which make optimizing your building and energy related, and also control it in real time. You can see everything in one platform by result monitoring and also performance. This is one of our core technology, AI simulator engine. Before we deploy it, we pre-validate all the decisions so that we will find the best strategy for this building by trying out all the parameters, tons of parameters in this building. So after that, our reinforcement learning model will train inside of this digital twin so that it mirrors to real building conditions. So it will come to all the, it will learn all the environmental data, and then it will, in the end, comment to the optimal signal to the HVAC control. We have deployed multiple buildings in France, in Korea, and about to deploy in Dubai as well, for private and also public buildings. So from that deployment, we learned that we can save average 15 to 30% of energy on top of BMS system, and also 35% of cost saving. So next step, we are going to 4 key pillars, which is data center, also public building, offices, and campus, where we can see our impact is really clear. So as all the mobility became autonomous, I think it's time for the building become autonomy. So ArcFlow will bring this in the world. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Ki-young. Super impressive technology coming out of South Korea again. And next, we are closer to home. We are off to Italy with Heart Combustion Engine. And here presenting the company is Aristide Michele. Aristide, welcome, co-founder and COO.
Hey everyone, nice to meet you. Thank you for the opportunity. This morning we have talked about what happens when energy, mobility, and industry melt together. That's why we are here with Heart Combustion Engine, a new engine platform for energy efficient, compact, and clean power. So the problem that industry have now is that inefficiency of the combustion engine, so 60% is wasted, regulations, cost pressures, and supply chain risks due to difficulty to supply critical raw materials. And that's why we have built Heart Combustion Engine that is capable to deliver twice the power of a standard engine, up to 20% more efficient, run with almost every fuel, so it can run on hydrogen, e-fuels, and so on, and it's based on a standard architecture, engine architecture, so no strange things, but it is industrializable. How it works? Actually, it performs the whole four-stroke cycle that we are seeing here in a single rotation. This is a standard engine, and this is Heart Combustion Engine. So it performs the whole four-stroke cycle in a single rotation on the crankshaft, and it can and the strokes can be designed at will. We have a working prototype. We have checked the cinematic and validated, and we have to map performance and implement the hydrogen engine. This is the working prototype. The market of the combustion engine is 60 billion. We are focusing on range extender and auxiliary power unit for 20 billion serviceable market. The competitor, XCE is the uniquely combines the efficiency, power, and power density and simplicity and fuel flexibility. Our business model is licensing, getting royalties, co-development project, and pilot prototype. We have been published on magazines. We have creators realizing videos on our engine, and we have participated as semi-finalists to the Global Mobility Challenge. The team are my father. This is technical people, CEO. I'm a CEO, and we are helped by a scientific advisor from the STEMS CNR of Naples. Thank you.
Thank you, Arce. Thank you for joining us. Amazing technology coming out of Italy there. And from Italy, we're off to Portugal. Our next company is Manny, and presenting the company is Andre Pedro, who is co-founder. Andre, welcome.
Thank you. So since we launched, we saved more than 13 million euros to clients, which sounded more amazing before seeing the other ones. We switched more than 50,000 contracts, and in the last month, we had more than 4,000 app downloads. And this is happening because we think of energy as a fungible commodity. We know it comes from different sources, but in the end, the lamp on the left is exactly the same as the lamp on the right. So a kilowatt hour in my place is 1 kilowatt hour in your place. So if we look at a city, and of course, let's focus where we are, and if we look across different buildings, you know that prices vary quite much. People are overpaying for their energy. And this is happening especially because of lack of knowledge, lack of time, but fear of change. People have fear of changing energy suppliers because they think they will run out of power. But how big is this problem? So Portugal alone is 2 billion euros. Spain is 4 billion. Europe is 60 billion euros plus, and globally is almost 400 billion, which is not that off. We've seen at Archflow's presentation. It's not that often on the overconsumption of buildings. This is every year. So we are overspending this every year because we do not act on our energy contracts. So our mission is bring this to zero. And that's why we built Many. So we compare the market immediately, or actually it takes 2.46 seconds with just one invoice. We have all your energy in one place, in your app, and we went one step further. So you don't even have to do anything of it. You just activate the auto switch and we do everything for you. Our vision is quite simple. So there's demand, there's supply. We want to tighten this gap. So we are in the center. We are connecting households and businesses to energy sellers. So if you want to do a switch from Plenitude to Endesa, you can do it with us. But we want to increase demand, and we want to increase supply. And we are already doing this with energy surpluses, renewable energy communities, but also give clients access to the big producers immediately. But what's next? So we are building an energy trading platform, allowing energy providers to bid and segment the market perfectly. And we are doing a one bill. So if you switch providers 3 times in a month, you just get one bill from ourselves. And of course, it's 2025. So we are using AI, but we will leverage AI to help the grid and the grid operator to balance the grid with our clients. Is it working though? Since we launched in our first year, we did have more than 300,000 invoices scanned, with more than 18,000 clients in the auto switch, and with almost 1 million of revenue. So we are break even at the moment. And yes, we raised a small round with 3 investors, 2 Portuguese and 1 German investor, to help us keep our mission. So our base model is quite simple, commission and subscription base. And we are starting in Portugal, but we already have a Spanish entity, so we are hoping to be present in Spain next year. So if you actually Google many.app, you have a Spanish website, you can upload your invoice. We will use your invoice to build our scanner for the future. And we are, of course, looking to expand globally with the United States afterwards in our site. So we are reaching the minute. We are 4 co-founders and 19 people, and thank you so much. If you happen to have a house in Portugal, you can download the app right now. If not, just wait for 2026. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andrea. A whirlwind of how you're transforming the energy market there. Excellent. Well done. And from Portugal back to Italy, our next company is Minerva S, and presenting the company is Nuria Richard Gusano, physicist with the company. Welcome, Nuria.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. We are Minervas, and I'm going to show you the green tech solutions that we provide for the road transport sector. So fleet managers struggle with high fuel cost, high energy emissions, and very tight margins. But we can provide up to 30% of CO2 and energy savings per vehicle, and over 16% in entire fleets. And this impact can be done right now with our product N8. So we exploit AI-powered data, and we combine it with neural networks and digital twins, aligned under the V2X and CCM paradigms. We are supported by 3 international patents. So what we do? We combine fleet operations with real-time vehicle data and contextual road information. And our product can divide into 3 components: a web dashboard for fleet managers, an app, iOS or Android for the drivers, and an onboard unit for every vehicle. So our customers typically get a full payoff in less than 3 months. We work both with heavy and light-duty vehicles, and we can provide for these last ones a dynamic pricing and driver rewarding strategy with the biggest car-sharing company of Italy. So we sell our products to fleet companies, and we integrate with fleet management systems until the full integration of board for OM and Tier 1. So we locate at the top of the competition because we work with both old and new generation of vehicles. And our products are embeddable in fleet management systems and navigation systems. So we are fully integrated with Geotab and Vodafone Automotive. We work for more than 20 corporate clients and more than 10,000 vehicles. We are looking for a inject capital of 2.2 million euros for speeding up the time to market, and our pipeline is of 10 million euros according to our IPS strategy in Europe. So our team is divided into researchers, developers, engineers. We all specialize in AI, product development, and vehicle engineering. And as we say in Minervas, less energy, more business, less emissions, more planet. Thank you.
Excellent, well done, Nuria. Thank you so much. And from Italy to Mexico, our next company is Solfium, and presenting the company is Jose Uton, the CTO. Welcome, Jose.
Thank you. Let me 1 second. Okay. As the economists conclude, the sun has won. The sun is the most cheapest and cleanest source of energy that we have today in the planet. But its very complexity launch a bigger or larger distributed solar projects, which is why we focus at Solfium in distributed solar. However, Mexico and Latin America, the penetration is still so low. And the companies that see the solar energy like opportunity to optimize their cost and at the same time decarbonize their value chain have problems with their internal value chain because it's fragmented. What we do in Solfium? Solfium is a digital ecosystem. We mix manufacturers, customers, and installers, financial partners, and the last chain the last part of the chain, the houses, residential, and commercial. Go to market. How we do? We have suppliers, we have distributors, and we have employee houses. We help to the companies to mix all that data in only one platform, and they can decarbonize all the value chain only using Solfium platform. The most competitors, they are focused in one segment, but we are focused in all the value chain. We don't need using the technology to be focused only in industrial, residential, and commercial. We help to the company to decarbonize all the value chain. And you can see Solfium is winning trust across the economy. We have the biggest bank in Spain and Mexico line partners, and we have, for example, Coca-Cola, with whom we are going to decarbonize thousands of stores in Mexico in their value chain. In a nutshell, we grew in 4 years for between 2 and 3, near to $22 million, and we raised a Series A for $10 million 3 weeks ago. And the founders, the management, and the advisory board, we have a very good advisory board supporting to us, former Tesla Mexico, Francis Labertu, the former Ministry of Environment in Canada, Catherine McKenna, or Dan Park, the former of Uber Eats Worldwide. Thank you so much for your time.
Jose, excellent, well done. Amazing traction there with Sulfium, and an incredible opportunity now to implement solar across Mexico and beyond. And last but not least, we're from Mexico to Chile. Our next company is Bioc, and presenting the company is Guillermo Fernandez, CSO. Welcome, Guillermo.
¿Quién es BioK? BioK es una empresa que decidió usar la tecnología para acercar la sostenibilidad a todas las empresas. El objetivo de nosotros es democratizar algo muy complejo como gestionar la huella de carbono, el cumplimiento normativo, lo hicimos de una forma simple. ¿Cuál era el problema de todas estas organizaciones? No tienen el conocimiento, ni la experiencia, ni los recursos para hacer estos cálculos. Y nosotros, a través de un acompañamiento de nuestro equipo, que ya tiene presencia en México, Colombia, Perú y Chile, lo hacemos de una forma remota. Así tienen una asistencia no solo en el cálculo de la huella de carbono, sino integrando todas las soluciones que requieren para reducir sus emisiones. Integramos todas las startups en el manejo de sostenibilidad, electromovilidad, mejor gestión de los recursos, energías renovables, gestión del agua, para que todas estas compañías puedan disponibilizar de todo esto de una forma muy sencilla. ¿Qué hace esta plataforma? Es capaz de, a través de una IA, reconocer cuentas, registrar data, carga masiva de información, tener todo esto de una forma planificada y ordenada y poder no solo medir la huella de carbono anual, como se gestiona en todas partes, sino que a nivel mensual. Esto permite que las compañías que hoy día tienen una meta de descarbonización puedan hacer una gestión mes a mes y ver si están cumpliendo con esas expectativas. Esto lo hacemos a través de una plataforma SaaS, está disponible en todo el mundo, hemos gestionado proyectos desde Turquía, Inglaterra y en toda Latinoamérica. Hacemos, como les comentaba, a través del uso de la tecnología de la IA, esta captura electrónica, propuestas de mejora. Lo que hemos conseguido es reducir más de 1.5 millones de toneladas de CO2. Hemos logrado que las empresas reduzcan sus costos o beneficios entre un 10 y un 15%. Y el ROI de la inversión se recupera en menos de 6 meses. Tenemos múltiples clientes. Hemos medido huella de carbono en Coca-Cola, Unilever, grandes compañías que han tenido este problema y han asignado muchos recursos y que están buscando un sistema simple de implementar y que sea escalable a toda la organización. Hoy día, ¿cómo pensamos implementarlo y desarrollarlo? Estamos buscando distribuidores y partners en todo el mundo. Esta idea es disponibilizar esta tecnología para que terceros puedan seguir colaborando y permitiendo que el mundo sea un mejor mundo. Casos de éxito. Hemos trabajado con bancos apuntando a que tengan planes de integración de créditos verdes. Hemos gestionado la Global Race de Bimbo en más de 40 países y tenemos clientes, como les decía, como Coca-Cola. Muchas gracias a todos y los invitamos a ser parte de este proyecto de cuidar el planeta.
Amazing. Thank you. Gracias, Guillermo. Well done. Measure, 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 and reduce. No, core and critical. Folks, that is a wrap for day one. Almost an end of the day. End of the day here at the Bat Tower. Join us 7 p.m. tour at the Guggenheim, 8:30 p.m. cocktail, and tomorrow 10 a.m. we kick off our hub tours, and we'll be back here on stage tomorrow at 12 p.m. to round out this year's edition of South Summit Energy and Industry in Bilbao. Thank you, folks. We'll see you later. Take care.